Hello, I'm Dapper Dan Gavaston, and I own every issue of Amazing Spider-Man, including the annuals, which definitely count.
And I'm mischievous Mark Ginocchio, and I too own every issue of Amazing Spider-Man, including the annuals. But Dan, even after 300 episodes, the annuals don't count.
Well, you said it there, Mark. One thing I think we can agree on is the centennials definitely count. And that's because you are now joining us, if you're listening in, for the 300th episode of the Amazing Spider Talk, the show where two fans and collectors uncover the strange, fun, and fascinating history of the Spider-Man comic universe. Can you believe it, Mark? We started this experiment with Superior Spider-Man number 7 in March of 2013, and now 8 years and 3 months later, which works out to exactly 99 months, we've reached episode 300. So that's roughly 3 episodes a month for 8.25 years. We did it, Mark.
We did it. 300. We did it. And 99 is a lucky number for me, Dan, because that's the year I graduated from high school. So I take that as a good sign. And, to your original point about the centennials counting, they absolutely do. But if we ever have a 300th annual, it doesn't count. I'm sorry. I mean, if we have a 100th annual, it doesn't count. Like, it just, that does not change. Centennial annuals are still annuals, and the annuals negate the counting.
Well, what's exciting is that we probably won't be here for either of those things. Like what are we? We're like 60. If we're here for 100 annuals, I mean, you've been podcasting for nearly 50 years, which I don't think podcasts are going to exist 40 years from now. I'm sorry to say to everybody, the Amazing Spider Talk podcast will likely be canceled by then, unless something has seriously gone wrong. But who knows? Join us on this journey, and you can find out if we get to see the 100th annual together in person.
That took a turn, Dan. That took a turn. But let's focus on the happy here and the moving forward. And let's start by saying, if you want to swing along with us on our journey through Spidey's past, present, and future, subscribe to Amazing Spider Talk on your favorite podcast app. Every other week or so, we put out a mainline episode of our flagship show, and sprinkled in between, we review new comics as well as interview some of the greatest Spider-Man creators of yesterday and today. Now, normally we would say, this is the perfect time to start listening, but that's probably not the case today. It's our 300th episode, so it's going to include lots of reflections on the past 100 episodes, our journey through the years, lots of navel gazing, Dan and I just patting ourselves on the back and having to get rotator cuff surgery from throwing our shoulders out doing that. It is what it is, but this is fun anyway. And, in the meantime, if you haven't listened yet and you are joining us for the first time today, go back in time and re-listen to those episodes. You're going to really enjoy it. Right, Dan? I mean, we can celebrate ourselves, but also say, check out our other stuff.
Yeah, I think that's fair. So, Mark, we've done some navel-gazing episodes in the past and managed to skirt around being too self-obsessed by burying them in retrospective lists and fabulous interviews with creators. But we've already discussed all the centennials, and we're deep in preparation for interviews for our season 5. So what are we going to do to fill this 300th episode of the show?
Well, Dan, we started out and we were a little unsure, but I thought to myself, why not reach out to someone who knows a lot about 300s, like the 300th issue of Amazing Spider-Man, right? So, sorry, it's not Todd McFarlane, but we invited back one of our first ever guests on Amazing Spider Talk, none other than Jim Calicrup, who is a Marvel editor and writer and creator from past and present. And he worked on Amazing Spider-Man number 300, and he came on to give us some advice on our own 300th episode. So let's take it away to Jim. All right, Dan. Well, we are being joined by a very special guest today. It's our 300th episode. We all know that when it comes to the number 300, I'm a superstitious guy, Dan. And I like to honor the 300s when it comes to Spider-Man lore. That was one of my earliest favorite issues of Spider-Man as a kid, as a collector. And I know we're kind of struggling through what we really want our 300th episode to be. So I think we should have someone who was involved with what I think is probably the greatest single issue of Spider-Man comics of all time, Amazing Spider-Man number 300. And that, of course, is editor extraordinaire Jim Salicrup. Jim, how are you? And thank you for joining us.
I'm Smurftastic, and I'm happy to join you, just like a symbiote would.
Well, hopefully we're not doing this podcast in our sleep. That would be a problem. Well, great. Thanks for coming on the show, Jim, for our 300th episode. We haven't interviewed you since our first several episodes, I think 8 years ago. So, nice to kind of chat with you again about all things Spider-Man and Venom and Centennials and so on.
It's been too long. I've missed you guys.
It was so long ago that Terrificon was in like a hotel ballroom instead of Mohegan Sun. So there you go.
Oh, that's back in the day.
That's back in the day. Well, Jim, we did want to ask you a couple of questions about your experience editing Amazing Spider-Man 300 and as an editor in general, of course. I mean, obviously, I'm sure the whole Marvel experience applies, to your answers here. But, I thought we would start with, kind of going back in time in the late 80s when you took over as Spider Book group editor. And, there was kind of a period of instability with the Spider Book, the Spider Group at that time. And so when you took it over, I think 300 was, maybe a dozen or so issues on the horizon. And I'm curious, even at that point in time, was like 300 something that you were kind of being prepared to have some good ideas and, knew that something big was going to have to be on the horizon? I mean, was that like kind of part of taking on the job, so to speak?
Not really. At the very beginning, it was just me trying to get a handle on everything. One of the things that I did as sort of a stopgap measure is that over the years, they've accumulated quite a lot of inventory stories. So to buy myself some time to figure out what I was hoping to do, I managed to not use up all of it, but try to run as much of that as possible, get it out of the way. And then, theoretically, I would have some idea of what I was doing. But in reality, everything is rather organic. It's not so much, coming. I mean, we constantly would come up with plans, but the reality was you had to always be flexible. Things would change all the time. Something, you couldn't predict would happen, and then you had to figure out what to do because the deadlines were ever present. So we had, thoughts on what we were going to do. As a matter of fact, it was kind of crucial in a lot of ways to my taking over the Spider-Man books. The biggest issue was that I just didn't like the black and white costume. I think it worked on many levels. I think we talked about that in the past. But my feeling was that I thought it looked like a villain. And I have to give Jim Shooter a lot of credit. He was the editor-in-chief when I started. And he was, the one mainly responsible for putting Spider-Man in that black and white costume. And I think it was a good move for many reasons. It created a lot of excitement. There was a whole trend at the time of characters becoming darker and grittier. This literally made Spider-Man darker. And it was, there's this thing where sometimes there's a changeover in the audience with very young readers always wanting to, be reading the most, cutting edge, they never want to be accused of reading anything that would be called baby stuff. And
certainly not.
And as the guy who wrote Spidey super stories, like for a lot of kids, like, Spider-Man, that red and blue costume was becoming, sort of like Marvel's Mickey Mouse. And it could have been perceived that way. So the black and white costume, along with Secret Wars and everything that was around it at the time, created lots of excitement. And I think Jim had a really great plan that I, kind of ruined in a way by asking him, could I go back to the red and blue costume? He felt, this speaks a lot about him. He felt since I was the editor, that he wanted to give me the freedom to edit the way I saw fit that would work out best. And he agreed to it, but he explained to me that he was hoping to keep that black and white costume on Spider-Man for a long time. I mean, past the point where fans would have thought, yeah, they're going back to the red and blue, like have it go back. He wanted it on for years and years. And I think that would have been a great thing. And then when everyone was just, I guess this is a real thing. He has he's in that black and white suit forever. And then presto, this guy would have popped up and he would have gone back to the red and blue, costume, and it would have been a big deal all over again. So I sort of, trampled over that plan, which I think was a good one in retrospect, but it was just my thinking at the time. So ultimately, you could see that tied into sort of everything, that would happen at 300 one way or another was, my thinking that. The coincidence was when we were looking for a new artist, Todd McFarlane came along, and by sheer coincidence, there's no way I could have masterminded this or known in advance. When he was up at Marvel looking for work, and he came into the Spider-Man office brought in by then executive editor Mark Grunwald. We were very interested, really, like his work looked, no pun intended, amazing and exciting. And, this is, someone I really wanted to work with. And he just said, well, I only want to do it if we do the red and blue costume. It's like, okay.
Have I got news for you?
Well, that works out just perfectly. So, it seemed like in many ways, this has happened to me many times. I've been very, very fortunate. Whatever the original plans were, it didn't happen that way. So what happened while I was, scrambling to find out what I was going to do with Spider-Man and what have you, there was a editorial change above me. Suddenly, Jim Shooter was out as the editor-in-chief, and the new editor-in-chief was, Tom DeFalco. And that was good for me in that during that chaos, I was able to get away with running the what later became Craven's Last Hunt, running it through all the Spider-Man titles, which is probably not something either one of them would have let me do under normal, if they had more time to think about it. But so that worked out great. And so as we were, approaching the 300th issue, for me, it was like, this is great. We got a great new artist, Todd McFarlane, and we're going to go back to the red and blue costume. It seemed like that was a big deal. And then as Tom was sort of like settling in more, I guess he was having, talks with all the different editors, getting some idea what was going on at Marvel Comics. And so he asked, what's going to happen in the 300th issue. And of course, I was happy to have an answer. You don't want to be sitting there in front of your boss. I don't know. We were like, I was proud. We're going to go back to the red and blue costume. Yay. And I was a little, he was slightly underwhelmed, and and which is good. A good editor in chief, someone in that position, it's great for them to keep challenging their people to come up with bigger and better stuff. So that was wonderful, and of course, ultimately, it led to the issue that we finally wound up with. And what had happened was we now had what he said, because I figure the best thing is just ask the question, not worry about. But anyway, I feel it's always best to ask. So I thought, Tom, what would you like to see in the 300th issue? And he said it would be great if we could introduce a major new Spider-Man villain. Now, I was pretty familiar with the long history of Spider-Man at that point, and to my knowledge, and maybe you guys could correct me, but the majority of the major Spider-Man villains sort of came out of mostly the early Stan Lee, Steve Ditko issues, and a few from the Stan Lee, John Romita issues. And even though there were hundreds of issues, Spectacular Spider-Man, Web of Spider-Man, et cetera, I don't really think you could say a major new, villain came along. They were just sort of maybe Hobgoblin, which in my mind was a reworking of the Green Goblin, but right. That type of thing. But I thought, well, gee, that's like why don't you ask me to cure cancer while you're at it? It's like this is not an easy thing to do. It's like I'm sure almost every comics writer, when they're trying to come up with new villains, are attempting to come up with someone memorable, and it's going to be a major villain for years and years to come. But we figured, okay, we'll give it our best shot. And honestly, I didn't think we would succeed. I think we would try, give it our best shot, but like I just thought that was a pretty tall order, So hold on. Let me look at my notes for a minute. No, anyway, we plowed on ahead, and since we had already been planning the costume change, it only made sense that we kind of stick with that, and tie it in somehow. So, the writer, David Michelinie, had already been working away, and the main thrust was, to be that, going back to the red and blue, mainly because the symbiote had done so many horrible things. The last thing, Mary Jane wanted was to see the man she loved dressed up as this really rotten person. So, there was a lot of stuff already in place to, in the writing, all due to David, to, have a dramatic reason. It wasn't just, oh, what should I put on today? I miss the red and blue. We had to have a dramatic reason for doing it. So we just had to come up with, well, now how do we work a major villain into this? So I had remembered that David had been hinting at another character putting on the alien costume. and bringing that back, even back when he was writing Web of Spider-Man. There were a couple of panels here and there, little teasers. But what he was planning to do was bringing back, having a female character wear the costume. So I was thinking, well, it's sort of a not a big jump in logic to say, well, since we're planning this costume themed 300th issue, why don't we go all the way? Really make this, not only shouldn't, Spider-Man never wear that costume again, but let's put that costume on someone bigger, meaner, tougher than Peter Parker, and come up with a really scary villain. One of the tricks, one of the challenges of editing any superhero titles is finding serious threats for your characters. If your hero has defeated a villain like 1,000 times, although that hasn't seemed to hurt Batman and the Joker or Superman and Luthor much, but in some ways, it just, you want to come up with a character that could really be kind of scary and make your readers think like this guy could probably really defeat the hero, and so that was the thinking, and so I had conversations with David. He liked the idea of bringing back, bringing in that character he was working on, the female in the symbiote costume. And over the years, you sort of learn little tricks of how to deal with your creative people. And, this is sort of like you see one of those tropes on cop shows, the old good cop, bad cop. So, and combined with another trope, the old legal thing, lawyers never ask questions that they don't know the answer to. Right. So having worked with Tom for a while, going back to when he first came to Marvel, I was his editor of Marvel 2-in-1 when we were doing the Thing team up stories, and I knew what kind of stories he liked and his approach, and I was pretty confident going in when I was going to tell him David's idea of like, oh, we'll have this woman in this Venom outfit. I mean, we didn't call it that at that point, but the black costume, the alien costume, and I was 100% confident because my assistant at the time, Glenn Herdling, and we had really pretty much decided we want some really big guy who could really be a scary threat for Spider-Man in that alien costume. So, but I wanted David to feel like, I gave it a shot, and which I did. I mean, maybe it's a long shot, but it was a possibility. Tom could have said, particularly when he was asking for a major new Spider-Man villain, pretty much the majority of them are guys. So, I think I was pretty confident he would insist we do that. So I went in there, laid it out for him, and it was magic, just what I wanted. Oh, Jim, make it a bigger guy, and this way, he'll really be, he'll have all of Spider-Man's powers, but he'll be bigger and stronger, and that's and if you really think about it, almost every superhero has sort of like one of those doppelganger villains.
Bizarro, yeah.
It just wasn't something that happened too much at Marvel, but but there were examples. There was the super Skrull who had all the powers of the Fantastic Four and characters like that, etc. So it seemed like a doable thing, and I was able to call David Michelinie back up and break the news to him. But he's the consummate professional, and it's like he's like, yeah, that's fine with me. Well, and from that point on, everything was completely David Michelinie, coming up with his, who would be that big guy, everything, the name Venom, even though there was a Black Panther villain that Don McGregor had in Jungle Action, but that Venom, his name ended with 2 M's, and I believe the final M was silent. But everything David, so often I've worked with David quite a bit. We went through similar craziness on the Spider-Man Wedding. We've done a great Avengers graphic novel with Dr. Doom. We worked on Iron Man. It was always, he is one of my favorite, freelance writers to work with, because I've been very fortunate to work with so many talented people. He would always want to go above and beyond, an example being whenever we got the inked lettered pages in, he would always love to get a copy of it and do some proofreading on it, just like another set of eyes, because he cared. He wanted the book to come out okay. And it's one of those, a lot of writers always talk about, say they wrote a novel. One of their favorite days is when they get the printed novel in the mail. And at the same time, one of the worst days is they open it up to a random page and find some glaring typo that they wish they could have fixed. I think David, in order to circumvent that, was happy to, we'd send him what came in, and generally we'd all catch the same things, but sometimes we catch things that he missed and he'd catch things that we missed, and it was a great working relationship. He was, very, very professional. And so that was that. After he did the plot, it was given to that new artist, Mr. McFarlane, and he admits now that he didn't realize when he was drawing it that there was a human guy in there. So he added the mouth and the tongue. He thought it was an alien type creature. And but that all worked out well. I mean, a lot of times great things happen by mistakes. And that, I think, was an example. Issues later, to get off the 300 subject for a second, it was Eric Larson who sort of elongated Venom's tongue, turning him into the lovable guy he is now. So that was basically it. I mean, at the time, we thought, well, this makes sense. It's still doing the issue we were hoping to do, and we thought, it's a villain. And here we are all these years later. And even when I saw Tom DeFalco a couple of years ago, maybe it was even on Facebook or something, when the Venom movie was coming out, and we were talking about how it started. And I said, Tom had commented on it. And I said, well, Tom, did we give you the new major Spider-Man villain you asked for? And he said, yes, guys, you all came through. Thank you. So it worked out well.
When Centennials happen, and I guess at this point in Amazing Spider-Man history, right, there'd only been 2, and I would say that the two so far were pretty different in terms of their content and approach. And Centennials are still relatively rare, although the more time trucks on, the more they keep happening. There's this kind of there's like kind of two camps, and sometimes those camps combine, which is like you have the camp of Centennial stories that are celebrations of the character, like almost like a look back at the history of the character, or some kind of like all-encompassing story that checks in with everybody and just kind of puts a party hat on all of it. And then you get the Centennials that are like a major turning point story, and I would say your issue 300 is kind of a little bit of both. It's got a lot of the cast in it. It's got a major moment for Spider-Man, but the return of the Red and Blues is that kind of big celebratory moment for the character. In terms of putting together like a Centennial issue, and I'm not sure quite how many you've worked on in your career. How much pressure do you guys put on yourselves to deliver for those Centennial issues, and do they mean as much to creators as they do to the fans, or is it just like the added pressure of like the number is there and we just got to know we got to deliver more than it is like something to look forward to?
I think most of the creators are myself included, are big fans. And so we remember how excited we were, and we want to make, everything as special as we possibly can, whether it's annuals or centennial issues, anniversary issues. I've done a few over the years. I think Thor, Avengers, Fantastic Four. I think FF was maybe 250 or something, but I can't remember. But it was, something we always, strive to do something. But more importantly, to me, the goal was, if there was something that was going to drive any sort of extra attention to the title, because that's important to us, then we want to do something to take advantage of that attention that will keep the people coming back. If it's a crossover event, when we did the Inferno crossover, we were very conscious of, there were possible, because like everyone assumed that, as if every Marvel fan was reading every Marvel title, which for my generation was very easy when you're talking about a dozen titles, right. Maybe 3 or so a week that were, 12, 15 cents, no big deal. But even by then, it was, different titles were developing their own following and their own audience. And like I would always quibble, people would try to gauge the size of how many people were reading comics, and they just go to the best-selling title and think that would be it. And they'd be incorrect. But, a lot of times, as much as I'm against conventional wisdom myself, I can't help buying into some of it. So during Inferno, I was surprised how many, let me say, we went into it thinking, we want to attract those X-Men fans who aren't reading Spider-Man. So we're going to pull out all the stops and throw everything we got at it. And which I think worked, and we got a great response. But what I didn't expect was how many letters we got from fans saying, "Who are these X-Men characters? What's all that about?" And so there really were, separate. There was obviously overlap, but there were a lot of people. Maybe they were just reading Spider-Man. Maybe they were just reading the mutant books, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But so it was that same attitude with these centennial issues. Every comic, we would try everything we could to try to get the audience to come back for more. That was our top priority. We wanted them first to obviously get the issue that we were, doing, but as much as we wanted them to enjoy it and feel like, this was great. I love the story. I like the artwork. You didn't want it to feel like, well, that was nice. I got my, if that was Spider-Man, that was very enjoyable. I could go on and read other characters. No, it was very, I used to compare myself, in a weird way, so don't take it out of context, to like being a drug dealer, except I didn't have addictive chemicals. We had to do it by just, telling, like anything we could think of that would be compelling and exciting enough to make the reader, want to come back for more and be involved with the characters and care about what was happening to them. And so having whether it was a 50th issue or 100th issue, 200, 300, that was usually, something some fans maybe who weren't normally following that title will probably think, well, let's see what the big deal is over here and pick it up. And if we succeeded, the reader would say, hey, if they hadn't been following the series, I've been missing out on something. Let me start following this series now. It seems pretty good. So that was our approach.
I don't know, Jim. The smell of old comics, my brain must be wired a little bit differently, because it's certainly addictive to me. I got a real problem, Jim.
I feel the same way. I mean, but I've encountered enough people that, I mean, it's like, even if we got every comics fan, everyone who's buying comics, to buy whatever title I was editing, that wasn't enough. How do we get everyone in the world? and like a good example of that was when we were launching, Spider-Man, the Todd McFarlane title, where we did, a lot of publicity and reached out to all over. I was on TV with Stan Lee, promoting that title. We were in newspapers everywhere, and it did work. It's like, to go outside of, looking back on it, the more cynical people, and I've argued with some of them and got them to sort of, acknowledge, the truth, is it wasn't just a gimmick. It wasn't just speculators. Were there people buying it thinking, oh, it's Spider-Man #1, it might be worth a lot of money? Well, since that one, Marvel's gone back to that well so many times. It was funny because I when I was editing Spider-Man, and being a competitive guy, and Todd's a competitive guy, there really wasn't anything at any other company for us to compete with. So we were sort of competing with the X-Men. And we had a plan, and 3 years later, we sort of overtook the X-Men. And we didn't think it was much of a coincidence when maybe a year or so later, the X-Men suddenly came out with an adjectiveless X-Men title, with 5 different versions, et cetera, And then, you speed into the future, and Jim Lee's the co-publisher at DC Comics. Bob Harris is the editor-in-chief, and they put their great minds together. And what do they come up with? We'll relaunch the entire line. Every book will start over again with #1. I thought, interesting. How about that? How did that work out, guys?
Well, so what you're saying is this shouldn't be our 300th episode. We should really brand this as our first episode.
There you go. All new, all different. Now, I'm a legacy numbering kind of guy as well. I mean, it's when we did a Spider-Man #1, it was a whole new title, Right. we kept Amazing and Spectacular and Web of Spider-Man there. They were all going, along their merry way. That to me was, I don't buy the argument, and I'm happy to see that my old pal Todd McFarlane recently hit his. I mean, it sort of boggles my mind. We remember when we did Amazing Spider-Man 300 together, for him to do Spawn 300, and I particularly love the homage covers he does to Spider-Man every now and then, and it's like that's an accomplishment. It's not the 3000th Spawn series starting over again with number one. I think that's a trick that is proven not to work over and over and over again, that the publishers, keep going back to. And I think the reality is you have to come up with a series, and that's exciting. And these centennial issues are a great way of, bringing attention to that series, spiking sales. But I don't like the publishers thinking that, like, we're doing this character, the sales are going down, we should cancel it, and magically, by creating a new number one issue, everything will be better. I mean, that doesn't really quite work. Like, well, okay, then maybe they try a new creative team, but why couldn't you have tried that when you got that indication that the sales were going down? So don't get me started, but yes.
Don't you know, Jim, they're out of adjectives. There's no more adjectives.
What better way to look for more creative solutions? It really, whether people love him or hate him, I have a lot of respect for Todd, and also Eric Larson at Image also, where it was fun working with him on Spider-Man as well, and he too is kept even more so than Todd. Todd gets distracted with running toy companies and trying to produce. Yeah. Well, he's good at it, and Eric, I think, is just combination. I think he's a true comics fan in that he just puts everything he's got into it, and the comic evolves and changes. And I'm impressed with that. I personally, and I love Marvel. I love all comics. And even I get confused when I go to try to pick up Spider-Man comics to read. I'm able to figure them out, but they just seem to be all over the place. And I don't know, I figure, well, gee, I'm kind of familiar with Spider-Man. Well, I shouldn't be confused. But, last time I looked, and I liked it. I figured it out, but it's like, let's see if I remember now. It's the Kingpin Mayor, and Spider-Man has a new costume, and he's working for J. Jonah Jameson, and his roommate was Boomerang, and their pet is Gog, and it was.
He's describing the last 6 months of our show, Dan. It sounds absurd hearing it from someone else.
I don't mind it. I think it. I think in a way, the only thing I enjoyed it, and I think people probably still enjoy it. But my only thought was maybe they were trying to do too many things at the same time. But that in itself may be a good thing to do, instead of like just milking this, like, let's do this, let's my only fear, because when I was editing Spider-Man, is I truly believed that the challenge was that there was Spider fans who looked for certain things all the time. So how do you satisfy them and without making the issues boring, dull, like repetitious? How do you make it new and exciting, to keep them coming back? So there are all sorts of, I admired lots of the different approaches. I mean, I loved, when Doc Ock and Spidey.
Superior?
Yeah, the Superior Spider-Man. I enjoyed that a lot. I thought it was, had echoes of Craven's Last Hunt in it. But, as I told Mark DeMatteis, there are echoes of, Stan Lee and Steve Ditko's Spider-Man sequence where he's lifting that machinery when Spider-Man, Peter Parker, crawls up out of the grave in Craven's Last Hunt. So, that's okay. He's a great character. I love all the stuff that's happening with him. But, I just, there was not that everyone should do everything the same way, but I think, we try to make ours as accessible to new readers as possible. Whereas I think sometimes current stuff may be like just accepting that, well, we have our audience and, they know what's going on, and, this will all be collected in trade paperback.
Yeah.
Well, Jim, we won't go into depth on our thoughts of the modern stuff because that's typically the content of our show. So we'll spare you that. Mark, you got a question?
No, I wish them well. I think as someone who, I know what the challenges are. It's not easy. Of course. I didn't have to. Also they seem to be working with, a great thing and a bad thing all at the same time. You got the success of the movies, and that could make everyone think, well, that's what Spider-Man is. And then the movies go off in their own direction, and then what do you do? So it's like, I didn't have to deal with that. So, I don't know what I would have done.
Well, Jim, my next question, I think you've kind of alluded a little bit to your answer here, but I'm gonna ask you point blank anyway. I mean, so obviously following Amazing Spider-Man number 300, I think it's considered a period of great posterity for Spider-Man and the Spider books. And, you had your costume back, you had the new villain who was pretty exciting, much to Tom DeFalco's pleasure. You had this dynamic creative team with Michelini and McFarlane. I mean, do you feel that like 300, it's, the comic itself was really kind of what kickstarted this like next gear for Spider-Man? I mean, or do you feel that there were other factors at play?
I think it got enough attention, in all the books, there were like little things happening that were a little unexpected. So yes, I think it was all the things together. I think having regular writers, so having good coordination between the titles, having an exciting artist, with McFarlane sort of leading the way, was bringing a lot of attention back to the series, and organically, it just kept increasing. And then there were all sorts of crazy. I mean, again, we didn't see it coming, but as much as I wanted to do a weekly Spider-Man comic, just one, because I felt strongly about that for all sorts of reasons. The salespeople came back and said, tell you what, during the summer you could do double the amount of issues, which if you're, and that was a lot of fun in the sense of, and I guess it's going to play into the third the new Spider-Man movie, is I was like, I remember racking my brain, like, what are we going to do? Amazing during the summer. It's going to be 6 issues. What can I do for 6 issues? And and then it occurred to me, like the Sinister Six, and I couldn't believe they'd never actually been brought back before. I think DeFalco had done, like, what was it, the Sinister Syndicate or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the actual original Sinister Six, that was once you think of it, you just can't. And again, Michelini, McFarlane, everyone else involved. It's such a, I mean, that was just fun. That was exciting. I mean, I think, I hoped it was obvious to the readers how much fun we were having on it, because we were enjoying it, and I think it became contagious, and it helped, increase our sales, and but I guess one could make the argument that, because that 300 was at a crucial point where McFarlane was, making his presence known. So we couldn't have, all my talking about 300 there was about Venom, yet at the same time, it was an ideal showcase for this new artist, on Spider-Man, Todd McFarlane. So like, it was, layered, it was a lot of stuff going on, Todd being involved, I think was, a big deal. I mean, it was a different look at, I think, not to, I think what had happened was, Spider-Man pretty much had, that Ditko era, then Romita came on. And since Romita was the art director, for a long, even while McFarlane was on the book, it was almost like a respectful, we got to do this, Romita defined a character, and that's, I love the Romita Spider-Man tremendously, and I've worked with John, for years on so many things. And, but I think sometimes, you got I think you've all heard this, and sometimes it's misconstrued, but, one of the things that's necessary for ongoing serialized fiction is the so-called illusion of change. So technically there was a change. It was a new art style, but at the same time, we were trying to put everything in that was true to Spider-Man, in every possible way, even going back to the red and blue costume. When Todd was drawing that, he has said often that in his mind, he was trying to evoke Ditko, but with sort of like the bulkier Jack Kirby type dynamics. And when he actually went back and looked at the comics, it's interesting how he remembered them, which is what he drew, was not what those books look like. But what he came up with was, I think, every single person working on those comics was really thinking it through and touching every angle, and we were all benefiting from each other and enjoying working with each other. I've said it before. One of Todd's amazing talents is he hasn't let go of what say an 11-year-old thinks is really cool. So every page he did, no matter what, he was striving to make this as compelling and as interesting and exciting, dramatic, etc., as possible. Whereas, not to put any other artists down, if you've been doing this for a long period of time, no matter how much you enjoy comics, it can turn into a job, and the artist goes, oh gee, I got to draw that, and they'll do a very competent, well done job. They're very talented, you know, but someone like Todd was always thinking beyond that. How, he was trying to reach out and pull everyone in and to awe them, to wow them, to make them feel what we wanted them to feel. When he was very like a lot of times. I mean, like DeMatteis had said, if someone else had drawn Craven's Last Hunt instead of Mike Zeck, he doubts people would still be talking about it because Mike had brought so much to it. And I think Todd, even though everything in issue 300 was in Michelinie's plot, and theoretically, you could have given that to any artist and they would have drawn that story. I think, some of them maybe would have done less than what was in the plot. Some of them would have given you exactly what was in the plot. And Todd and maybe a handful of others, went beyond and really made it come alive in a very powerful, visceral way. And that, I think it succeeded in doing something incredibly difficult and getting, the fans to worry about, oh my gosh, Spidey's really in some serious trouble here.
That's it. The book's over. He's gone. He won't survive.
Well, I mean, everyone always knows that. I mean, like,
right.
There's a BBC series I just finished binging a little while ago. Peaky Blinders. Have any of you seen that?
I haven't.
I haven't seen it, but I know about
Dan
it.
has.
Okay.
Well, one of the things they do so well is exactly what I've been talking about, in that, they do it totally fair. Like they'll set things up and they'll give you like a cliffhanger where, even if I didn't want to binge it, and I tried not to because I wanted to spread them out so I can enjoy it for as long as possible. There were some nights I go home, my reward would be, let me watch an episode of this. And the ending was so good, it pulled me in. I know it's a TV series and certain characters have to survive, et cetera, et cetera. But, I'd be watching this and I'd say, how is he? It's impossible. How is he going to get out of it? How is he going to survive? This is, they really, really would, and they'd surprise me, and I loved it, and I just couldn't get enough of it. It was like a drug, like I was talking about. I need more now that I have to wait for more episodes. I'm experiencing withdrawal syndromes.
So Mark kind of started us off in this conversation by suggesting 300 is one of the best issues of Amazing Spider-Man ever, and I wouldn't push back against that really at all. It's a favorite of mine as well, and we have been podcasting now for 8 years and change, and which is 3 years and change longer than Mark wanted to. But we'll leave that aside. So we're at our 300th episode, and if we're going to use Amazing Spider-Man as a model, like 300 has a lot to live up to. Like, what advice would you give us in terms of creating a centennial? Like, what are some of the key tenets that we should keep in mind as we create something special for our listeners?
Well, aside from having me on as your guest, or all of you, wearing alien costumes, the key thing is to everything I've been talking about before. I mean, I think you're doing it. I think you guys are in touch with your audience, and you know what they like and don't like, and just continue doing that. I think it all works. It all, covering issue 300, brilliant idea. Which one of you, Which one of you came up with that?
I'll give Mark the credit for that. He's got 300 on the brain.
We're symbiotic when it comes to our content. So
look at that.
We're each pulling each other's strings. I was gonna say the other thing we might need for 300 is like Tom DeFalco screaming at us to come up with something better, right? Would that be a nice little addition?
Yeah. And if we could have had David and Todd and Rick Parker and Bob Sharon and Glenn Herdling,
what a team!
It's wonderful. It was no. I think this is something. I wish you guys were doing a show on Peaky Blinders as well. But like when people love something, they like how many like the Marvel TV shows, how many podcasts appear instantly after an episode airs, and people just want to get into it and look for all the the hidden meanings and what'll happen next. I think Marvel's mastered that with their TV series. They're doing a great job, and the Easter eggs are wonderful. Our Easter eggs were mostly due to Todd, where trying to hide Felix and in every issue. One of the things, there was a Todd McFarlane exhibit at the Museum of Comic and Cartoon Art in New York City, and we had a Felix the Cat plush that we hid amongst the
That's fantastic. I love that.
And the other thing we loved to do was taken from two sources primarily. It was like Playboy used to hide the rabbit head on all their covers, and there was a theatrical cartoonist, he hated to be called a cartoonist, Al Hirschfeld, who he would put his daughter's name, Nina, into the illustration somewhere. So Todd started hiding spiders, and I told him, we directly copied Hirschfeld, and I said, people were enjoying finding the Ninas, but they didn't know when to stop. How many were there? So Hirschfeld would sign it and put the number of Ninas were in that particular illustration. So Todd started, it'll say McFarlane, and then he put the number of spiders that were hidden on that cover. So, from, my point of view, the more you could, pour into a particular comic, the more fun you could make it. Right down to having a letters page. I commend the current Spider-Man editors. For years now, they mostly have been having letters pages, which is almost non-existent in most comics. So my hat is off to them. So I really appreciate those, because I think it helps. I think it's like the most instant feedback, even if it's to a previous issue. You got the editor's voice saying what's going to happen in the next issue, trying to guide the reader. So you guys are doing a great job, and I hope you're enjoying it.
Of course. I wouldn't have Mark for 3 extra years if he wasn't.
Oh, I'm in it to win it now, Dan. You know that.
I know. Hey, well, Jim, thanks.
Well, I'm sorry, I know you want to end it. Let me ask you all a quick question. Do you ever question, like, I've been doing this Spider-Man thing, 300 podcasts now. I'm sick of them, maybe we should be doing, some other character or what have you. What's keeping you, focused on old Webhead?
I'll let Mark go first.
I would say personally, I'm too much of a crank. For me, it's like, I couldn't get that invested in another character again at this point in my life. I spent too much of my life in collecting and reading and investing in Spider-Man. If I was to get another interest, I would probably just burn out from it.
Let me respond to that. I was in a meeting before I left Marvel with Stanley and Steve Ditko, and Stan was asking, Steve, why, we should do another, issue of Spider-Man. It would sell great. It'd be wonderful. And Steve said he can't care he can't go back to how invested he was before. It's been so long that he just couldn't give it everything he had this time. So he'd rather not do it. So it's almost the opposite of what you're saying. But it was, but a lot of people, they didn't understand Steve. And I think he was very clear. I think I understood that, I think when I was editing Spider-Man, my office was sort of like, your guys, even more so. I had tons of Spider-Man stuff everywhere. And people would, sometimes, very sincere, looking out for me, say, Jim, what are you going to do? That day will come, maybe you're not editing Spider-Man anymore. And I said, it doesn't matter. I love Spider-Man. Spider-Man was here before me. Spider-Man will be here long after I'm gone. And whatever characters I work on, I'm going to give it 100%. I enjoy it. I was really happy working on Spider-Man. I felt we got it to a point where it was more successful than it had been for years. So it was a good time for me to move on. But I still love Spider-Man. So, I'm glad to hear, I'm always happy, if I'm on the street and I see a little kid with a Spider-Man t-shirt or sneakers or backpack, it's like, I just keep thinking back to how much Stan and Steve would have loved seeing that.
For me, it's almost gone beyond Spider-Man at this point. I mean, obviously, one of the key tenets of the show is like Mark and my friendship, which I think is, I think we'd be friends even without the show, Mark. But
oh
yeah,
well, that's great.
There's something normalizing about having a routine with a friend. I talk to Mark more than I talk to my family, so it's become a relationship like that, and the discussions are almost. It's funny. I often say, and I don't know if I express this enough to you, Mark. Is like I feel like we often aren't talking about Spider-Man very much on our Spider-Man show, because we're often talking about like narrative form and storytelling and culture and things. It just so happens to be through the lens of Spider-Man, and that's not to say that the character is diminished any in my estimation. I love the character. And when I get a good Spider-Man story, I don't think there's a character that I can connect with more than this guy, our chosen guy. But it's almost evolved beyond that. Like what started as a curiosity of talking about Spider-Man has become like a way to view the world. And that's kind of what keeps me going.
Yeah, I remember when I was editing Spider-Man, I didn't feel I was editing as much as I was Spider-Man's manager. And everything I was doing was to promote Spider-Man in general. I wanted him to be successful everywhere. I don't think I have to worry about that any longer. But when you mentioned your friendship, there was a spin-off title way back when they gave Man-Wolf his own series. And there were some, not the most memorable early issues, but then a guy came on named David Anthony Kraft with this artist, new artist at Marvel, George Perez. And they really sort of did some surprising and exciting stuff. Dave recently passed away last week, and he was a very good friend of mine. So I totally understand how comics can bring people together, and there's so many aspects of comics that probably aren't talked about that are a major part of it. And I miss Dave, and it was we did all sorts of crazy things together. We worked on the Spider-Man Hulk toilet paper. We did Spidey Super Stories. Spider-Man has been part of my life for a long time. So, as was Dave, and I wish he was still here. So I just wanted to mention that he was a great editor and writer, and it was he'll be missed.
Well, I'm sorry for your loss, Jim, and it sounds like you have a lot of great memories with Dave. And even if I really don't want to know much more about the Spider-Man Hulk toilet paper. Well, Jim, thank you.
Well, we always said if you didn't like it, you knew what you could do with it.
Perfect.
Well, Jim, thank you so much for joining us for this special episode. You made it even more special. Our listeners wanted to kind of follow you anywhere or read anything?
I'm on Facebook. What I'm working on for the past almost 20 years now, almost as long as I was at Marvel, is paper cuts, and we're focused on doing graphic novels, great graphic novels for all ages, and part of that is making sure they're future generations of comics fans. It's I've always had an interest in kids comics, from when I was working on Spidey Super Stories to all sorts of other things. So papercuts.com, you can find out about all the stuff we're doing. For the older fans, such as you guys, I think you'd really enjoy the, I don't know if you follow Asterix at all.
Asterix and Obelix?
Yes, yeah. Yeah, we're doing new versions of that with a new translation, and that's been very exciting for us. And I think that's gotten the most older audience, older readers for us, and we're enjoying that. But it's a classic example of a series that works well for both kids and adults. Which I always thought Spider-Man. Even before, I remember working on Spidey Super Stories, thinking they're doing a version of Spider-Man for kids. Spider-Man, when I was a kid, it was for every, I think all ages is something that has become a euphemism, like for just kids. But I think there were comics that really were for all ages, and Spider-Man was one.
Yeah, and Asterix and Obelix is a good example of that. I will second your claim, because those books have great nostalgia for me, and always felt like something evergreen you could always return to.
They're wonderful. Okay.
Well, great. Well, thank you so much, Jim. I hope people check out some of your Paper Cuts books, and thanks for all the advice for our 300th episode.
Well, I mean, just listening to you guys, even when you're not talking about Spider-Man, this sounds like a great show. So, you did exactly what you're supposed to do. You got me hooked. I'm going to have to
start. Here we go. Jim, thank you so much. We will have you back again. It won't be 8 years next time, I promise.
Well, congratulations on your 300th episode. You must be doing something right.
All right. Well, hey, thank you so much, Jim, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you so much.
Hey, Mark, that was really awesome of you to find Jim Calicrup and bring him on the show. I think he's given me a much better idea of what I want to do with this episode 300, to kind of like use it as a celebration of things and bring in a lot of new ideas.
Yeah, and to find your old costume and put that on too, right, Dan?
Yeah, exactly. But, you brought on an editor, right? I mean, maybe it was an editor of Amazing Spider-Man comics. But, I want to bring on a guest, too. I want to bring on my own editor. In fact, it's our editor. It's our third Beetle, I guess, if you want to make a Beatles analogy.
You just keep coming up with Beatle analogies, Dan. I can't keep up.
I know. There's just so many Beatles here, left, right, and center. But, yes, our editor, Rick Coast, who you may hear me mention at the end of all the episodes. But, I think bringing on Rick, one, it would be great to introduce him to everybody here, because they don't really know him yet. And two, he has to listen to us every week, to these shows, and he might really know what we need to do on this show. He might really have a great idea for us on what to make out of episode 300. What do you think about that?
You know what, Dan? I think that's a great idea. I've always wanted to hear from Rick. I mean, I don't, I'm not one to really take much advice, but I'll listen. I'll listen to Rick. Okay. I mean, we listened to Jim. Now let's listen to you and Rick, and maybe we can get a sense of what we're doing in the show.
All right, that sounds like a good plan. Well, welcome to the show, Rick Coast. This has been a long time coming. I'm so thrilled to have you on for episode 300. Again, for those of you who don't listen to the end of the show where we read Rick's name, and Rick used to make an audible appearance for several dozen episodes. Rick is our awesome, amazing, adjectiveless editor. I don't know why I started with awesome there, because there's not an awesome Spider-Man book. I shifted the joke midway. Rick, why don't you tell everybody a little bit more about yourself, and the various projects maybe you've worked on. Like, where did you come to us from, and how did you get here? Because, like I said in the intro, you're our third Beatle. You are keeping the show alive, and I do think that people deserve to know a little bit more about you.
Well, thanks, Dan. That was a cool intro. And to both you and Mark, congrats on episode 300. I mean, episode 300 is a big deal. I mean, that's huge. And before I answer your question, I'm trying to think back to when I started editing the show, and I don't recall. Was it 100 episodes ago? Do you remember?
I don't think it was episode 200, but it was probably shortly thereafter.
Okay, all right. So it seems like it's been a while. But anyways, to answer your question, so yeah, I've been podcasting since 2012. I started with a philosophy podcast, switched to a science-related podcast, and then I actually, for a very, very short period of time, had a Spider-Man podcast, because I've always been a huge fan of the comics. And it was shortly after starting my own show that I discovered your show, and at the time it was called Superior Spider Talk. And to be honest, my show didn't rate when compared to yours, so I put that on hiatus shortly after hearing your show.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
Oh no, it's a good thing. We didn't. Yeah, it was. I had nothing to add to what you guys were doing. And
it was a fun show, Rick. I listened to all the episodes.
Oh, thanks. But I loved your show. I listened to it for years, and there was also you might remember this because I'm also a writer. For another short period of time, I did a couple articles for your website, but then I had so many projects going on with podcasts, and I moved into audio drama. That's probably where what I'm known for the most is for writing and producing nonfiction audio. I'm not nonfiction, fiction audio fiction. For audio drama, the most famous right now being The Behemoth. So if nobody's checked out The Behemoth, check out The Behemoth, and you'll know what I've been up to.
I will second that wholeheartedly. The Behemoth saved me on a drive back from Mexico.
Oh, that's cool.
Just listening to it. A story of a journey on my own journey. It was a really wonderful experience. Yeah. That's the only way I do things, don't you know, Rick? You've been editing us long enough.
Yeah, it's so true. So then, flash forward a few years, and again, listening to your show as I did constantly, I reached out to you, as you remember, just out of the blue. I said, "Hey, I don't know if you need any help editing the show, but I'd love to help." And it came as, from what I hear, the perfect time.
I mean, you saved my life and the show, Rick. I mean,
it was meant to be.
It was meant to be, because I literally that week had a conversation with my wife, maybe the show will have to stop or be put on pause for the next year or two because of the change that we were having in our life, taking in 8 teenage boys.
Yeah.
And then days later, I got that email from you, and my wife described me kind of dancing around the room because I love this show. I can't imagine my life without it. And also knowing you and the level of professionalism you bring to your projects, it wasn't just saving me as a replacement. It was a net gain. I
that's
saw
cool.
it as.
Yeah.
So that was really neat. So sorry. Anyway, keep
No,
talking.
it was exciting for me. I mean, as I said, I've been a huge fan of the show, always have been, still am. Even editing it, I still feel like a listener because it's, especially the interviews. I love the interview episodes just as much as I love the review episodes. But the interview episodes are special to me, especially getting to hear. You guys are great interviewers, by the way, in pulling some stories out of the person you're talking to that I've never heard before, and and I've read a lot of their interviews online and such. So it does seem like you guys either do your homework ahead of time and know what's happened prior, and try to steer them in different ways. But you do manage to surprise me at times with what you get.
And you shape them really well. I mean, the interviews are sort of a magic trick because, and I'm sure you've realized this, is there are some people that you can completely change the way they sound on a show by shaping the interview and removing the pauses and the tangents. Yeah. And you've been excellent about that. And I was always very strict on myself about the editing.
Yeah.
And you've really taken that charge. And I couldn't ask for more because, there's a version of the show where we could just slap the audio files together. And that's very much not what you do. And I think it's kept the show consistent with what it was before without killing me.
Good. All right. Well, that's good to hear. I'm glad.
That was a weird, pat on my own back rather than a pat on your back. But I meant it as Rick, you are making the show better than it was and keeping it consistent.
Well, then I'm doing my job.
So, okay. So you reached out to me and, I guess I want to know, people are going to probably wonder, okay, well, why is this guy, his voice isn't on the show. What kind of buy-in does he have? What do you get out of working on a show like this?
Absolutely nothing. I'm just kidding. No, you know what it is? It really goes back to being a fan of both the content and the show itself. I mean, that was the only reason I reached out. I wasn't looking for anything other than to help out. Even back when I was writing a few articles for your website, that was fun for me. Then it just got to be too much because I had other writing projects going on. But I always wanted to be involved with what you and Mark were doing. So this was one way to do so. I'll admit there are times where it's overwhelming when the files are huge, but that's okay. I mean, it's a good overwhelming. I mean, it's what I do. I enjoy doing it. It's just fun, and I get up at 4 a.m. every morning. So that's the only time I have to get all of the editing work done, my own projects and such. So I do have a full-time day job. So before my day job starts, that's what I'm doing. I'm working on either this show or one of my own or that. So what I get out of it is just being involved in doing it. And I'm not really although I do my own shows and I have hosted a few shows, they're scripted and such, I'm not like an interviewer, or I can't do what you and Mark do. Yeah, you put it that way. So I couldn't sit there in front of a mic and kind of talk for an hour and ad hoc my way through it. I usually have to sit down and think, and that could be more of the introverted part of me. So that's why you don't hear me, and for the listeners out there, you don't hear me on the mic as much. I'm more of a behind-the-scenes guy.
Because of the three of us, I think you probably have the best voice for radio.
Oh, jeez, that's
funny. What's your favorite element of editing the show? And not just your favorite thing, because it sounds like you really like the interviews, but what do you like to bring to the edit personally?
What do I like to bring to the edit? Well, the part. And I'd say this is something I do enjoy about doing it is over the years I've gotten, and I'll pat myself on the back, I've gotten very good at mixing people who aren't in the same room. And and especially with audio drama, where I work with a cast or have worked with a cast of voice artists that are international. They could be in Canada, could be in the UK and such, and they'll send me their files and I'll stitch them together. But they're all coming from different setups. They're on different mics, they're in different rooms, they have different environments, so they all sound slightly different. And the trick is, if when they're in the same, you want them to sound like they're in the same space. So it takes a lot of tweaking and such to have that happen. Sometimes it's impossible. If someone has a bad setup, I mean, there's almost nothing you can do. And luckily I haven't run into that because I worked with very professional people. But that's one of the things I love about the show is really mixing it. It's for me, it's fun. Some people hate the editing and the mixing piece of podcasting, the technical side of things. That's the part I love. So when I do get the files and I sit down and grab my coffee and get prepared to polish the files up, it's relaxing, it's fun, and plus I enjoy the content. So like I said, there are times when I'm editing the show that I kind of forget that, hey, I'm supposed to be editing this, and I'm too busy listening. So especially like recently, it was a very recent one of the review episodes. I was really curious to hear your take on something, and I completely forgot to edit. So, and for the people out there, one of the things I edit is like Dan had mentioned this, some of the spaces or the ums or the ahs, if I'll edit those out. But so getting back to what happened is I was listening to this review episode, really into what was going on, and about a minute or 2 minutes later, I'm like, oh my God, I completely forgot what I was doing. And I had to go back and like, was there any ums? Did I miss any ahs? And so, yeah, I get caught up in the show. So it's a way for me to still listen to the show and be involved in the show.
So speaking of ums and uhs, if you had to choose like a cardinal sin from me and Mark,
Yeah.
like what would you identify it as?
The cardinals, well, the ums are the biggest thing, but that's I noticed myself doing it now just as we're talking, and I've caught myself. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna have to edit that out later. So I do hear it, but that's the cardinal sin is the ums. Another one which I don't edit out is the likes. And you're notorious for saying like, you know.
I am very bad about it. I think there have been periods where I've gotten better and I've become more conscious.
Okay.
And I think when I was editing the show, I became even more conscious of my likes because I had to edit it. But now I'm just unloading it on you, Rick.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about it, right? And that's the funny thing, because I'll notice it, and it's usually towards the end of the show, and that's probably when you're getting the most relaxed or tired, and that's when they start to slip out. Same with Mark. There are certain shows where the editing's pretty smooth. There aren't that many ums, but then there are others where I'm thinking maybe they recorded this late at night because there's a lot of ums out there. Or if there's a piece of content that I can almost tell that maybe you're not completely comfortable with what you're talking about, or maybe haven't, I'm not sure, formulated your thoughts, there'll be a few ums in there. So I know when to anticipate them just based on what's being said. And I also, plus you get, and you know this, as when you're looking at a waveform on a computer screen, you can almost spot the ums before they even show up.
Sure.
So you can just zero in on them. Going back to your question, the cardinal sin is the ums, but that's with everybody. Everybody's,
for sure,
for the most part. Although I will say, Alan Schurstel almost never says once in a while he does, but he's a consummate professional when it comes to speaking on a mic, because very little editing there.
Well, that's just because Alan is so smart. You know, he never has to think about anything. He's just a genius, and that's why we bring him on. And
I'm going to edit this part out because we're going to give him a big head.
No, never. Alan is also very humble, but and I don't care. I'll tell it to him to his face how brilliant I think he is. There's Num right there.
Yeah.
I'm curious, fond memories of the past 100 episodes, like fun moments for you, or things you've enjoyed the most that have kind of stayed lodged in your mind.
Let me think for just a quick second. I would say, well, the John Romita Jr. interview was stellar. I thoroughly enjoyed that, both as a fan, as an editor, that was a fun show. I see it, there I go. I said, I'll edit that. the annuals. I know that there's probably mixed responses with the fans out and listeners out there, but those episodes were a blast, especially the first one. I have to say I was very, very proud of the first one, and a lot of that has to do with the writing of it. It made it very easy for me to put it together after I received the script from you. That was a lot of fun, and I was proud with how it sounded. It sounded like an episode of Serial. It came out, in my estimation, exactly like it. So I was very proud of that. That's a if I were to put together some type of proposal for some kind of project someday that someone wanted to pay me for, I would probably pull those out and say, here's an example of work I've done. I was that proud of those. So that was definitely
I want to highlight here, because I don't think Rick is going to trumpet his own efforts. Like, I sent him this insane script for the annual, which is caught somewhere between fantasy and reality. And, Rick, to his part, had great input. But then, what I didn't realize was I thought Rick would go to like a sound library somewhere and, pull in clips and things, to build out this world. And, the episode came a little bit later than I was expecting, and I'm not in any way upset about it, because I found out that Rick records his own like Foley effects and sounds for the episode. Like, he is a consummate professional. All of the sound effects you hear in that episode are things that Rick is actively producing. So, like, tell us a little bit about that. What are some of the sound effects that you created for that show that you remember the process of making them?
I do. One of them, I believe it involved Erin running. There was somebody ran.
Erin runs to clear her mind, I think.
Okay, so there was a piece of running, and most of my recording equipment's on the second floor of where I live. So I didn't do it for this specific episode, but I had to buy I think it's a 70-foot long mic cord, so I could hang it out my window and bring it all the way down into the lawn, which is 2 stories below, and hook up a mic. So I'm catching the ambiance of the birds or being outside. And I ran by that mic multiple times. If anyone went by, they would think, what the hell's that guy doing? He's just running back and forth on his lawn. Because they wouldn't see the mic, because the mic's really low placed. So I'll do things like that. And that's one I particularly remember. I did cheat. I think there was also something where I had to have... Wasn't there a horse on a cobblestone, or there was a...
There was.
That
yes.
I cheated. I didn't get an actual horse.
Okay, all right. That's fair. I'll let you slide for that one.
Yeah, so once in a while I will have to pull something from a sound library, which I have a big one for audio drama, but whenever possible I like to create my own. So a lot of the annual work for that episode was done outside, because there were a few outside scenes, and I remember being outside to do those. It's been, how long ago was that? Was that a year and a half? So I'm testing my memory a bit.
It was about a year ago, I think.
Okay,
yeah.
a year ago. All right. So yeah, that was some of the highlights I remember.
I mean, it's a favorite episode of mine, which we talk about, and we're recording this out of order for those who are listening, but we're going to talk a lot about the annual episodes and what they mean for the show. I mean, that's one of the big things, is like bringing you on has allowed me to kind of feel like, hey, I can stretch my creativity a little bit, and I can do weird audio drama things and ask for Rick to throw in the Kindred alarm, which you should add in right now. And know that, like, one, I'm not going to be editing it, so I have more time to be actually investing in the creative ideas behind it. And two, that Rick is going to do an incredible job with it and come up with something amazing. And Rick, I promise to give you more time to work on these things in the future, instead of just ramrodding you with them. But
yeah, it's been fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Those have been really fun. I thought that just everything has been really great, and I can't wait to see, as we continue to collaborate, what more we can do together. Any other fond memories you want to revisit before we say goodbye?
They actually all are. I can't single out anything in particular. I really can't. nothing sticks out. And also, on the flip side of that, if you were to ask, are there any memories I have where I was like, oh, do I really like to do this now or today? Never. I've never once, edited an episode or an interview or a review show where I thought, I just really don't have time for this. And I've been honest with you, if there's been a couple of days where I'm like, hey, this is going to be a little bit late because I've got this going on, but and usually I'll say that knowing that I'll probably get it done quicker, but at least I'll put the expectation out there that, hey, it might be 2 days, knowing full well I'll get it to you within 24 hours. But
I hope I'm not a slave driver of a boss.
No.
Like
Absolutely not. No. And I should tell people here's a fond memory, and fully unexpected, because when I do this, I don't expect anything in return, to be honest. Like I said, I do this as a fan of the show. But Dan has sent me one day he asked me, "Hey Rick, what are your favorite Spider-Man comics from the past? What are your favorite issues?" And I was reading Spider-Man's in the 1970s. So most of my early memories and favorite issues are of the Ross Andru time, when Ross Andru was the artist behind the book. And so Dan asked me, what are your favorite issues? So I gave him a small list saying, I love this, this particular one. And he sent them all to me. So he goes, hey, you're going to have something show up in the mail. And it was like Christmas, and it brought me back to my childhood, because I no longer have those issues, which I kick myself about. I got rid of them years and years and years ago. So I have them again, and they're actually hanging on the wall, although on the Zoom call you can't see them. I have them, safely packed away and behind glass. And it was a nice surprise. It was like I felt like a kid at Christmas. And my wife didn't get it. I'm like, hey, look what I got in the mail. She's like, oh, that's nice. Yeah.
It was the least I can do, Rick. Your addition to the show has been so meaningful to me. I think the real story that we're burying here is a time that we met up in San Diego.
Oh yeah,
which was really fun.
It was fun.
You just had joined the show, and we had a great time out, and you learned just how much of a lightweight I am. And, we had like a couple of drinks, and, the one consistent thing about Amazing Spider Talk is anytime Dan drinks, bad things happen. But now we have a kind of like inside joke, which is now going to be broadcasted outward, where you will always send me a image of a beer glass when you finish an edit, and I will send you back an emoji of me vomiting. So
now everybody knows the dirty little secret.
Yeah, right. Of course.
That's awesome.
So Rick, we went to Jim Calicrup for some advice for episode 300, and he's an editor of comics, but you're an editor of podcasts. Yeah. So what do you think we should be doing for episode 300 after we're done interviewing you and Jim and so on?
So I get to bring somebody on?
Oh yeah. You can bring on whoever you want.
Oh, okay. I already know who I want to bring on, because I actually mentioned his name a few minutes ago, Alan Schurstel. I'd love to bring him on the show just because it'll be easy to edit after.
All right. Well, we'll do you that favor. We'll bring on Alan next.
Yes, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you again, Rick, for coming on. I hope we can make this more frequent. And if people want to follow you on the internet, where would they do so? You can actually follow everything I do at rickcoste.com. That's RICKCOSTE.com. And there's links to all of my work and projects at that website. Or you can go to modernaudiodrama.com just to go directly to my audio drama shows. But yeah, you can find everything there, links to my social presence and all the above. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Rick. And I can't encourage you guys enough to check out The Behemoth. It's a great kind of intro to Rick. If you haven't gotten enough of him already, never enough, Rick. All right. Well, we'll see you guys soon. Thanks again, Rick. Yeah, thank you. And congratulations again on episode 300, guys. Hey, everyone. Before we get back to the show, we wanted to remind you about our Slack. What is Slack, you might be asking? Well, it's basically a place to hang out and talk with fellow Spider-Man and comic friends in a safe, fun, and free app on your phone.
In fact, hundreds of our listeners, like you, hang out in our community of Spider-Man fans on the amazing Spider Slack. Again, this community is absolutely free to join, and you can jump into active conversations with awesome people about collecting, conventions, movies, new comics, old comics, and more.
Yeah, Mark, I'm addicted to the Slack. I had to turn off notifications because I was spending all day on it. It basically became my go-to when I don't want to bug you about some new crazy Spider-Man theory. But that doesn't mean you all shouldn't join it and meet all kinds of awesome people. And, you know, if you want, even talk to me. See, I set myself aside from all those awesome people. This is the only part of the podcast where I'm not patting myself on the back. So if you want to join this awesome Spider-Man community, just follow the link in the description and be sure to say hi. And once you're there, be sure to let us know what you think of this new episode. Speaking of this new episode, let's get back to episode 300 of the show.
Well, Dan, our 300th centennial episode gets better and better. We are about to be joined by one of the truly great friends of the podcast here. He is been on the show numerous times to offer his insights and opinions. He's a great movie date, especially when you're seeing Into the Spider-Verse. Let me please introduce available Alan Scherstl.
Alan? No. I'm sorry to tell you that Alan is not here. Instead, it is I. That voice in the back of your head. That feeling you've had that something's just not right. That there's something maybe you've neglected. That there's sins you've not atoned for. For 100 episodes now, I've been here lurking, planning, scheming, really taking my sweet ass time about it. While your guilty subconscious wonders, who could it be? What sin is it that's haunting you? What questions and webs have you left out to dangle? Could I be the ghost of Flash Thompson's alcoholism, which this podcast so cavalierly played for laughs? Might I be one of those runs of comics you somehow never ever find a moment to talk about in your essentials or at any other time, like Chapter 1? Maybe I'm the radioactive life juice from Spider-Man Reign. Perhaps I'm all those issues that clearly and powerfully established the loving bond between Peter, Boomerang, and their pet Gog, but somehow never actually got published. Or maybe I'm the annuals. Not those precious Marvel annuals that you two tediously bicker over on your little podcast, no. But the unresolved annual episodes that you fed into the feeds of the ne'er-do-wells and the continuity fiends and the crawl space refugees who subscribe to this godforsaken channel. A set of shows that, like a $6.99 one-shot tie-in, Spider fans invested their time in despite knowing in their gut that none of this is going to matter. None of this counts. Or maybe I'm the embodiment of the persistent confusion over whether this podcast is titled Superior Spider Talk or Amazing Spider Talk or the official Brand New Day Cheerleader Society of Slot Maniacs. Or maybe, just maybe, Dan and Mark, maybe I'm your wives. Those long-suffering Mary Janes who have so politely tolerated the way your little spider hobbies have upended their lives and watched in horror as those hobbies became collections and as those collections became obsessions that cost thousands and thousands of dollars that could have been the down payment on a home. Collections that have brought the two of you here to wherever this is. Perhaps I'm your wives who would both whisper to Mephisto, "Oh yeah, get me out of here." Your wives, who probably will not even notice it when my octopus friend completes his master scheme to swap Dan's brain into Mark's body and Mark's brain into Dan's body. And suddenly we will have Dan running marathons while Mark, dear sweet grown-up Mark in his Ned Flanders beer basement, Mark will start spending hour after hour of his adult life discussing meaningless trivia in the spider Slack. Or maybe, just maybe I'm the most obvious person of all. The person so obvious that you immediately thought, oh, it's got to be him. But then you said, no, it can't be him. Because why else would they really make such a big mystery out of it if it's just going to be him? Why would they plant clues for a year if it's just going to be the guy we know it is immediately at the start? Well, I am here to tell you that, yeah, it's him. It's just me. It's just Alan. Hi, guys. Congratulations.
Yay. Hey,
I'm just a
Alan.
jerk in a They Might Be Giants hoodie. Something that is actually cooler than Spider-Man comics.
Well, thank you, Alan. That was a wonderful introduction. Or is it Kindred? I can't really tell. And does it really matter?
Oh,
at this
no,
point?
I wasn't doing Kindred.
Oh. It's not who you were, it's what you wanted.
That is exactly right. That is exactly
And
right.
what do you want, Alan?
I wanted to see you guys and to say congratulations on 300 episodes. That is a whole lot of episodes and a whole lot of Spider-Man that you guys have covered, and I am excited to talk about it.
We're excited to be talking to you about it. I would think. I mean, you know, I'm a little unnerved, but you know, we can still do this, right, Dan?
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, we wanted to invite Alan on to the show because, one, we enjoy talking to Alan. Two, the reason you just witnessed. And three, Alan is going to kind of operate as the fan insert character. Like, Alan, you've been listening to the show from the very beginning, correct?
I think from pretty early. I don't know if I heard the very first episodes, but I definitely was listening early on when you guys were still talking about Brand New Day. And as I've probably said on this show before, you know, what appealed to me about the show is, actually, I think I can say it in a new way, in a way I have not said before, because I just thought of this today, is that you guys are fans and collectors with serious knowledge, but you're also upbeat. You're willing to roll with changes. And neither of you has that fanboy tendency to act as if you own the character that you love.
Well, we don't. And that's and that is proven week in and week out. And I wouldn't have it any other way. Well, so, Alan, that's a great way of summarizing things. I mean, at least I'll take the compliment is what I'll say. And we've been happy to have you on board. I mean, you and I met because of this show and me randomly emailing you. And
oh, Dan, this is exactly the kind of thing that the good people of Spider Talk Nation do not want to hear about or care about.
Alan, what do our listeners care about? If you are going to come in and stand in for them, what kind of things are you curious about as someone who's been listening to the show?
Well, you know, it's funny you asked that because I actually do have some things I am curious about that I don't know that you have addressed lately on the show. If you don't mind, I might ask some questions and expose your sins.
Okay, this
All
sounds
right.
like
let's
fun,
let's get those sins out there.
when you guys like started this, Brand New Day was in full swing, and you guys were outliers in like the noisy online Spider-Man community in that you were supportive of this new direction. And also back at that time, I just want to think about how time has passed and how the character has changed in like the very fertile and exciting period you guys have been covering this. Since then, back then, everyone thought of Spider-Man as Peter Parker, and your collections were probably a couple hundred issues smaller because there's been so many issues. So there's been so much change, so many years, so many issues, so many episodes. Are you guys surprised that you're still doing this and that people are still out there willing to listen to you and even to chip in on Patreon?
Mark, why don't you start this one?
When the running joke between Dan and I is when we had started, and I would say, Dan, like, after there was, a bit of a feeling out period, we connected pretty quickly. And, I think especially after we went to that first Terrificon together, I was like, all right, this is a good guy. I like doing this program with you. But I don't remember at what point early on it was, but I think you were kind of talking about like long range plans for the show, and you're like, yeah, and then by this point we'll be doing this, and then if at some point it'd be great if we can do this and do this and do this. And I'm like, Dan, you're talking like 5-10 years out. You're like, yeah. And I'm like, Dan, if I'm still doing this in 5 years, there's something wrong.
He got you. He's an enthusiastic little guy who can rope people into things.
I know, and it's in what 8-9 years later. I mean, I've actually lost track, but so on the most basic level, yes, I'm surprised, but like as the show has gone along and evolved, and I think especially after we kind of went to the seasonal format, versus, kind of let's just do what we want to do every other week or whatever, which, was fun, but also had no structure. I think once we went to the seasonal format, I was like, yeah, this thing, we're just going to keep going, like this will go until one of us drops, or,
Which,
until Dan gets sick of me.
might be increasingly likely
right, well,
the more we
true
go
too.
on. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, did I expect to be doing this? No, I've never had this kind of, I don't want to say success with the podcast, because I think we're really still small, very small potatoes, or whatever phrase is. And I think we probably have plateaued in terms of how many people are willing to listen to Spider-Man content week in and week out. But it's just still fun. And that's what's surprising to me. I've done a lot of podcasts before, and I have lost steam pretty quickly. No matter how clever the concept, or things like that. And talking about Spider-Man is still fun now for me, and that might be that it is, one of the more serialized pieces of content. There's just new Spider-Man all the time, and that keeps it fun. But I agree with Mark. I think it's the seasonal stuff that really locked it in for me to be like a more academic endeavor. And that's been a lot of fun to me. As someone who went to grad school and didn't feel satisfied by it, I almost feel like this is my like rest of my life thesis paper that I'm working on, just in a different format. And it thrills me to think that someday when Mark and I finish our seasons, and get all caught up with where we started back in Superior, that someone will be able to like listen to our show as incoherent as it is and get a really, really good sense of like the history of, not just this character, but pop culture, like through the lens of this character. And that's been really exciting, but I think the bigger thing is just the kind of like cosmic coincidence that Mark and I ended up being really good friends through this, because we were strangers. And, I don't think that thing regularly happens. Although I feel like from reading Mark's blog, I had a good sense that Mark was a good dude. So that helped out quite a bit. Yeah.
There's a lot there. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
I was just gonna say, and I had a good sense from your comments on my blog that you were a strange but good dude.
Fair.
There's a lot in there that I'll want to get back to, but first you talk about this podcast as a project, as like something that has kind of taken on a life of its own now. And here's a frank question that you guys have kind of alluded to answers a couple times, like during periods when you've been frustrated with the book when reviewing the book. if you haven't been doing this podcast for years, would you both still be buying regular issues of Amazing Spider-Man?
You want to go first, Dan?
Yeah,
Okay.
I would definitely. It's gone beyond just collection. It's a hobby, you know, like good or bad. I'm going to read it and have an opinion on it. And I wish it was good all the time. I think I would have been tested the most during like volume 3 during our show. I really was like, why am I reading this?
Is volume 3 the Parker Industries stuff?
No, that's volume 4. Volume 3 is like is it even 20 issues with
the Sex with Silk stuff?
Yeah. And Spider-Verse and all of that, and the stuff that just flat out ignored that Superior existed. Largely, I found it so frustrating, and it was frustrating to review it. I think Mark and I would hop on the podcast and be like, "This is going to be a chore." Like, if I didn't have the show, I definitely would have been reading it, but it would not have been like enthusiastically. And I think it took a lot of energy for us to get through that era of Spider-Man while still giving it our all on the show.
Yeah, I mean, I would say similarly. I mean, if not for the show, I mean, I can't say that I wouldn't still be picking up the book, but would I be like, would the book sometimes in some periods be kind of piling up on my nightstand, so to speak? I mean, like, you know, I would probably, you know, certainly volume 3. I mean, I hate to say it, but there have even been like book part, you know, sections of this most recent run where I've kind of been like, you know, like I'm not as excited about it, I think, as you are sometimes, Dan. But you know, the show certainly kind of keeps me reading and keeps me on my toes. It also kind of keeps me engaged in the comic book universe at large, although I sometimes kind of fall behind in that too. Like I don't good old Dan is reading like all the X books and stuff, and I'm just like, I don't know how you do that.
I've recently dropped half the X books. I just can't do it anymore. They are just such nonsense. But that's not to say that Spider-Man hasn't also been nonsense here and there. Yeah, I mean, I think the thing for me is really just like, it's more than like a hobby. It's like a way that I check in week to week. It's like a demarcation of time for me. You know, like each new issue is just another part of filling in a week, and the potential thrill, or just kind of keep checking in with this universe in some way. I say that like it's like weird is like it's like they've truly got their hooks in me that like I don't even question the like capitalistic instinct. I just buy it because that's living life. What is true? It's birth, death, taxes, and Spider-Man. That's kind of where I'm at the moment, I think.
Wow. Only one of those things is like inconsistently like good or bad. and I don't want to get off track, but I'll just say I loved issue 67, but that's just me. Well, you know, that's not, that's not this discussion. That's not this discussion. So, okay, I'm not, Dan, you're being very humble and you know, talking about how, well, I don't know that this has been a success, blah, blah, blah. I'm not saying you guys have great power, but I believe, and I think, Dan, that you believe that anyone with any kind of media platform of any size has a responsibility to use it well and wisely. So I want to know, like, what sense of responsibility do you guys bring to this project as critics, as journalists, or as fans? Like I'll just say one more thing here, which is I think you guys bring more responsibility to this project of reviewing and discussing Spider-Man comics than most people who opine about such topics on the internet bother to.
Can I jump on that one first?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, so I think Dan is probably, of the two of us, the more humble one. Because I mean, frankly for me, like, you know, this kind of goes back to when I started chasing Amazing, and you know, that was 2009, 2010. I mean, and frankly, chasing Amazing is what brought me here to Dan, because Dan was a reader of that, and what's connected here. And I think for certain the podcast took on more of a life of its own, and kind of made us within this community more of a known quantity. But frankly, when I set out to do Chasing Amazing, I mean, my background, I've alluded to this both on my blog and on the show. Like, I come from journalism, and I have always kind of taken that approach to this endeavor, because I feel like, if you're gonna do something like this, even if it's fun, you have to do it. I don't want to say seriously, because that sounds way too stodgy, but like, you need to care, and you need to your passion and your intellect need to be at the forefront for something like this. I feel like, otherwise you're just wasting air, you're wasting space, because there's hundreds of, or thousands, or even millions of just blathering idiots on the internet in some form or another. So, in that regard, I feel like, I mean, no, we're not moving mountains with this, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say, I think that there have been times that things that we've said might have had some bearing of influence on what has happened in the comics, or at least how certain creators engage with their fans online, because they know of our criticism, or they know of our praise. And, and I think it's because, again, we Dan and I connected because, we're fans, and we want to have fun, and we want to goof off about stuff, but like, we want to just kind of bring our serious but authentic selves to the table when it comes to talking Spider-Man. And I think that's why we've kind of differentiated ourselves from other similar comic book podcasts out there.
Yeah, I think that's a really good summation of it, Mark. I mean, I'll add a couple things, which is, one, I think all we have to offer is our best. That's the one thing that can differentiate us from other people. There's a million different voices about comics online, and many of them are great, and some of them are offering even more than we are. But I'm not going to do an endeavor unless I really feel like I'm putting my all into it, or that my opinions that I express are actually how I feel about something, with a backing behind it. And I think that's really important to me, is that what I express is the best of that expression. But for me also, it always comes back to what I started the podcast for, I wanted to start the podcast for, which is, I didn't hear my voice, the kind of voice you described, Alan, in the Spider-Man fandom online. I just didn't hear this kind of take. And when I was reading the comics, this is how I was thinking. What people are getting when they listen to the show is what I think when I read the comics. It might be a little more than anybody ever wanted to hear about how I think when I read the comics. And Mark will tell you, when he looks at my notes, I bet he rolls his eyes nearly every time. But that's how I engage with this medium, which is seriously. And there are people whose jobs are to create this medium, and you better believe it that they take it seriously. At least I hope that they take it seriously. If we can hold people's feet to the fire to take it as seriously as we do, then I think everything stands to improve. Maybe even just a little bit. But yeah, for me, I always keep it what would I want to hear? When I'm listening to about comics. I wish there was an Amazing Spider Talk for every comic that I read, because then I would listen to it. I want to, when I read a comic, I want to engage in this level. And that's not to say that they don't exist. I certainly haven't listened to every comics podcast, but I really don't listen to many, because a lot of them aren't offering what I'm looking for. And that might just be that I'm looking for my own voice, which certainly there's something to that, I think. But I don't know. For me, it always comes back to, how do we make the community better? And the best way we can make the community better is by being taking it seriously. And I think I got an email from Nick Spencer recently who said, I heard that you don't love the run, but I still appreciate the conversations that you have. And I think that's the best you could hope for from a creator. which is like, hey, like if you're not digging my stuff, that's cool. I know you guys are being smart about it. And a lot of people, I think, really forego that relationship by not bringing their all to their criticism. Like cheap, lazy criticism allows creators to write you off and not paying any attention to you. And I don't need the attention.
You're not unfair. You're not unfair, and you're not prescriptive in your criticism.
Right.
You don't say, here's where the story should have gone. You sometimes say things like, they shouldn't have dragged us out 8 issues, or maybe they should have put some suspense in this mystery, but you don't say, here's the story beats that would have been better.
Right. We could hop on this show and there's certainly people that would love to hear this. We could hop on the show and complain that Peter and Mary Jane aren't married every single episode, right? I don't know that Mark and I actually believe that, but there's a whole contingent of people that would want a show that knocks every single issue that doesn't deliver that to them.
Well, that's what I meant when I said you guys don't act as if you own the character.
Right,
Your
right.
childhood version of it, you know, which is like what, the 90s cartoon or something, like is not ensconced in your mind as the ideal that all other versions of it must reflect.
For sure.
Yeah, and I mean, and I would even take that a step further. And you know, I don't know if I'm speaking for you, Dan, but you know, and I'm sure this is kind of an oddball opinion compared to others like who do what we do here. But like, I am a comic book fan, a diehard Spider-Man fan who has zero interest in ever doing anything creative with this character. Like, I don't want to write Spider-Man. I don't want to do fan fiction. I just have zero interest in it. Like I am the fan that wants, you know, entertain me. You know, are you not entertained? I want to be entertained. And I think that's part of why I'm able to give the kind of criticism that I do, because I frankly, I'm not sitting there saying, well, if I was Nick Spencer, if I was Stan Slott, I would, we would have done this and done that. I have zero interest in it. Like I don't have the bandwidth to sit there and scope out Spider-Man for the next 5 years. I want them to do it for me, and I just want them to entertain me when they do it.
I don't think people realize how much work it is to actually do that. I probably mentioned this to you before, guys, but I once had a long meal with Dan Slott where I was interviewing him, and at some point it became him telling me how Superior was going to end. I think it was how it was going to end, and walking me through beat by beat that he had in his head, and it was 40 minutes of I had not really conceived before how much thought it actually takes to plot this stuff out and what passion it takes to do it well.
Yeah, you're not the only one who got that speech.
I know. I've heard about it before.
Oh,
now,
for sure.
Can I ask you guys about, I don't think I've ever heard you guys talk about this, but it's something I've met you both personally a couple times. So, but I don't think I'm bringing to this anything that you wouldn't just get from the podcast, which is what I think of as a mild comic friction between the two of you, where one of you runs very kind of puppyishly hot and the other is a little colder and sometimes, I don't know, really.
There are moments there I think that's definitely accurate. I think there's moments where I can get carried away, or a lot of it where I get carried away and Mark has to kind of pull me back. There's also times where Mark, I can tell you, this is just and maybe this comes across, where Mark will fixate on some idea or interpretation of it. And I'll just go, yeah, I could see that, but I didn't really get it that way. And that's kind of my way of I don't really have a way to respond to it. Let's move on.
It's like the most polite puncturing of the big balloon you just blew up in front of us.
I think Mark, I don't want to put words in your mouth, Mark, but I have to imagine that's how you feel when I lay out some insane theory about where the book is going. You're like, I don't really care. Like you just said, I just want to be entertained. Dan, you can build whatever scaffolding you need to support this.
I will admit, anytime, especially in the last couple of years, anytime there's we get that moment of some semblance of a revelation with Kindred, and I read it in the comics, I kind of like hold my breath because I'm like, oh god, the notes are going to be a disaster on Sunday, and it's going to be Dan mapping out like Charlie Day at the board, game theory about where this is all going, and I'm just like, yeah, I don't know, Dan, we'll probably find out in 3 years.
It's Harry Osborn.
I think I've like largely given up. I think my theory is officially dead. Like we're just gonna keep holding out on.
But your theory touched on clues that were there.
Yeah,
like resonances and suggestions. And this is a villain who works, and this is a writer who works in sometimes in a meta realm, a dreamscape realm, everything is related, but not necessarily on a plot level realm. Mm-hmm. And the word I'm looking for here is elusive and elusive. And those are hallmarks of the Spencer run. And I think you, Dan, were reading it as puzzle pieces rather than as thematic connections.
Yeah,
but I don't think the run has been very clear about these issues. So of course that was a natural thing to do.
Yeah, and I think I was basing it on his like previous stuff, like his Secret Empire was all about like taking like the literal thematic antagonist or the themes and making them literal, right? Like there is an evil Captain America and there's a good Captain America, and there are two realities, and it's very literal, and it's literalizing the themes that America is struggling with, that we live in two separate realities that are politically aligned. And I was like, okay, like what is the big question here? Clearly this has to do with One More Day. How would you literalize that? How would you make form of that? And that was where my guess went. I could still be right, but it's looking more and more like it's Harry Osborn.
I haven't read 67 yet.
Oh no, there's nothing in there. There's nothing in there about this. But what I found valuable and really interesting about that, and one thing I think your show has really helped me with during what honestly, there was a lot of fan reaction to like Superior, including mewling crybabies convinced Peter Parker will never come back, and a lot of people yelling during the Parker Industries arc, that, oh, you've ruined this character forever, blah blah blah. This is the first run of Spider-Man comics you guys have covered that has been kind of thorny and difficult. And your two very different approaches to it. Mark, you're kind of impatient, entertain me already. And Dan, you're, well, here's what it might all mean. Like those I think are illustrative of both what is interesting about the run and both what actually hasn't worked.
Yeah, that's interesting. Cause like, I feel like
you're both smart people.
It comes through in our reviews. I think Mark is looking to be entertained and it's just not doing it for him most of the time. And I'm like finding some kind of like alternative to that, which is entertaining myself by picking it apart. Although I do think the book is coming around. I think
it is.
Issue 60 was the turnaround.
It's been coming around for 3 years.
I know.
It's
any moment now.
It's firing now. The last 8 issues, ever since they got out of the graveyard.
Yes.
I've enjoyed. Okay, now I'm going to get back to kind of more general stuff. I derailed a little bit talking about the Spencer run, and I will say this for the Spencer run, it's always interesting to talk about. So one thing I appreciate about this show is that it started out kind of as like a review podcast where you occasionally would interview somebody at like a convention. And now it's developed into something that I think of more like the high-end fan press, like Roy Thomas's Alter Ego magazine and other things like that, in that it's both fun for fans, but it's also a resource with new information and new interviews about the history of this character. And it's interesting to me how, despite the global prominence of Spider-Man, there's still so many like vital behind the scenes stories from creators to dig out. So when you guys actually get to sit down and interview these people, do you think about when you're approaching the interview, do you think about what you're adding to the public knowledge about Spider, the character and the history in the comics, or are you more chasing like your own interests and what matters to you, or do you just trust that these are the same thing?
I think it's a little of both. I mean, I can say with certainty that when we are going to interview someone, like I go out of my way to kind of comb, the internet, all the like all the previous content that can be out there, and be like, all right, like let's not do the same interview that so and so did in 20 whatever or whatever. Like I feel like if we're gonna interview somebody, we need to bring something new to the table, even and I think probably frankly some of the more challenging interviews that Dan and I have done over the years have been with creators who either have kind of frankly forgotten some of this stuff, or don't think about it as deeply as we do, and thus are just kind of like, I don't want to think about it in these terms anymore, like, and it kind of like rebuffs us. They just want to give the I created this character and blah 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 blah, and the end. Like this. Like we joke about with Stan Lee. Like you go through like history of interviews with Stan Lee, and it's like he always ends up hitting the same like 5 points over and over again. It's like a tape recorder, and he hits it and goes. So that's definitely a point, but like, at the same token, I'm not coming up with questions or trying to hit on some ideas or uncover something that I'm not personally interested in. Like I kind of cross my fingers and hope that others feel the same way. And usually, like, Dan is a good sounding board in that regard. So, but yeah, for certain, like I make it a point to like, how are we going to differentiate this? Like when we had JR on a few months ago, it was like I was very adamant about like, okay, we're going to get John Romita Jr. on. We got to make this really unique and fun, and I think we did. I think like that was a really good interview. That was probably, I mean, this is the not humbleness thing about to me that was the best John Romita Jr. interview I've ever listened to, and it was ours, and I hang my hat on that.
Yeah, I think the other important thing that a lot of people forget is, well, first of all, when we get people on the show, we don't take it very like lightly. Even though we've had Jerry Conway on 8 times now, every time is exciting. I mean, I still remember shaking physically the first time that Jerry was coming on the show. I was so nervous and excited about it. And now Jerry's kind of like an old friend, in a way, even though I don't feel like I really have earned the right to say that. But in terms of our podcast, he's an old friend. I mean, he's not available, Alan Scherzel, but he's been on here quite a bit. And but the big thing is, like, I don't take
we both get about the same amount of royalties from Sony when they kill Gwen Stacy.
That's true, yeah. I don't take it for granted that people give us their time to talk to us, and so I want to make that worthwhile. I think a lot of people invite, these, and I see a lot of these comic creators going on all kinds of shows. And I'll tune in to listen, and I'm like, this person is not respecting their time. Like, this is not someone who's interested in hearing from this person. They're interested in having that person's name attached to their podcast. And I think for us, one of the great things about the seasonal element of the show is when we have someone on, it is truly with a purpose, right? We are covering an era of time. We are looking at something very specific. Like, I think about getting on Mark Waid to talk about, Peter's parents and his feelings on that. And like, I can't imagine Mark Waid has had done any interview like that ever before. And he was probably a little bit like, why are you talking to me about this? But I thought it was really, really interesting. And yeah, I think when Mark and I schedule our show out, we're never inviting people on, cavalierly or casually. There's the random person that I'm like, Mark, I think we can get this person on. It has nothing to do with our content, but I'm really excited to get them on, like Tom Brevoort. We found a way to make that very specific, which was we talked to him about COVID for a lot of it. And that felt like very immediate and like unlike any other interview I'd ever heard. And to this day, I still have not heard any editor at Marvel talk about how they dealt with COVID or were planning on dealing with COVID or what kind of conversations were going on with that. So to me, that's kind of the hallmark. And like Mark, I used to listen to like hours of interviews with creators to make sure we weren't asking the same questions, and to get a feel for what that person was like. And Dan,
another thing,
I don't anymore. Yeah.
Another aspect of the show is like very few other people, even news outlets, bother to talk to comic shops about what the COVID delays, the end of shipping early during COVID was going to mean for them. Like that's above and beyond.
Yeah, I thought that was really important because we all have relationships with our local comic book stores. And, it was looking like not only were they going to close their doors and not have any product, like that would put any company out of business. And I won't go into the politics, but I was not holding my breath that our elected officials were going to save the comics industry in any way, much less the entertainment industry. I look at like the ArcLight cinemas here in LA closing down. That could have very well been any number of comic shops, which I'm sure many of them have gone away. And, I thought, I'm curious about this. And if I'm curious about it, so are other people. So let me reach out to all these people I know and see, how they're feeling. I kind of wanted to like check back in with a lot of them and see what it was like. But it looks like the industry managed to maintain itself better than I was suspecting. Because at the time I thought this is it, like doom and gloom, the like weekly, books are going to go, everybody's been waiting to step on the fingers of this industry as it's hanging for dear life. But I guess comics aren't as fragile as a lot of people make them out to be.
Sorry, dead air.
Oh, was I supposed to jump in on something?
No,
I'm sorry.
No. Okay, I'm going to go to a fun question now. Okay, ready?
Okay.
So when are you guys going to get Dan Slott?
Yeah.
I don't
hold confidence. Wait, what, Dan?
I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, I was going to say, neither do I.
I think if it does happen, it's like a decade from now when he is like long since removed and maybe not even writing books and he's just looking to fill time. That doesn't sound very generous, but I think that 616 documentary shows him to be a guy that has trouble managing his time. And I don't mean that as like an insult. Like, I've enjoyed a lot of Dan Slott's comics, and the reason Mark and I's show exists is because of Dan Slott. But the word that I've heard from people that have interviewed him is, one, people that are more connected to the industry. I know that Stegman and his amazing friends, they interviewed Dan Slott, but that was a safe place for him to be. And not that we wouldn't be safe, but we would probably push him a little bit harder. And then two, he went on Word Balloon and did like a 3-hour interview with John in the middle of the night. And I talked to John at Centris about that, and he was like, yeah, he just called me up in the middle of the night and said, do you have 3 hours or whatever? Like, and that's just not how Mark and I work. Like, if we book someone, we want to prepare for it. Not that we couldn't come up with a million questions for Dan Slott off the top of our tongues, but we like to make this a little more formal. Like, we're going to ask, probing questions. And, I think we're going to get Nick Spencer on when his run is done. And I hope that he's, willing to do that, because I think only really positive things can come from talking to us, which is like really putting a human face behind all this stuff. I remain eternally hopeful. Dan Slott is talking a lot about his run recently and the behind the scenes of it on Twitter. But I think that's his platform, is he just likes to kind of dish it on Twitter, where he can, I don't know if it's play the victim or whatever, but like he wouldn't get that space on our show.
Well, as a matter of fact, he recently mentioned on Twitter that it took him forever to come up with the name Red Goblin. And he does not mention anything about your weird phone number.
Yeah. And I like, Dan, that you replied to him. I was like, who's gonna do it? Is it? And I go, I was ready to do it, and I said, okay, Dan got me covered. All right, we're good. I mean, look, I'm not going to assign any kind of mind readership here on Dan Slott, but like, I when I think about Dan Slott and his relationship to our show and whether we're ever going to interview him or not, I always think back to the first time I got to meet him in the flesh. It was on a signing on the release day of Superior Spider-Man 1. It was at a comic book shop in Manhattan. And at that point, we did not have the podcast, but I was doing Chasing Amazing. And I had kind of engaged with him on Twitter a couple of times with some posts, and he seemed to kind of, either retweet me or whatever. So like, all right, this guy, even if he doesn't know me, he has some semblance of a knowledge here of that there's this person out there. I don't know, whatever. Anyway, when I had met him, I, introduced myself, and he kind of pretended to recognize me, and then kind of ended, after friendly back and forth, said, thanks so much for following and caring. I know you sometimes give me a hard time. And I was like thinking to myself, do I?
Well, he said that before you guys had the show.
Yeah.
When you were blogging.
Yeah, just sort of because, and I was blogging about some of the new issues, and like, to me, that just made the impression that this is somebody who, I think kind of just in general has a distrustful nature of kind of not the, I mean, like, it's ridiculous to call any kind of media associated with comic books mainstream, but I think but you guys know what I'm talking about when I refer to like a mainstream media source versus like kind of an alt site or a podcast or a blog. I think he's just naturally distrustful, knows he can't control his messaging as well doing it, and and to me, like, and it was totally like off the cuff, and he said it with a smile on his face. It wasn't meant as like a stab in the back or anything like that, but it just like, it kind of like rung alarm bells for me. And like any any follow-ups I've ever done with him about trying to get him on the show and kind of being rebuffed, whether it's so he didn't have time or just flat out ignoring the request, it kind of like said to me, yeah, I don't think he's interested in doing it with something like this. And frankly, I don't see him doing it. Yeah, I mean, Dan, I know you gave a couple examples, but I don't really, it's not like he's going on other fan shows and doing it. I don't see it.
Well, that's it right there. You guys aren't a fan show.
Right.
You guys approach this as criticism. I mean, and Dan went to grad school for criticism, which is an absurd thing. I can make fun of it because I did the same. And he's an artist.
Yeah.
And it's very easy for us, in the fan community to feel like, oh no, the creators should feel like that, that they can come hang out with us and that they're buddies. But that's not the relationship that your show has established, even though your show has been like much more supportive and thoughtful about his work than many of the online critics have. And I think it's not, I think it's worth thinking of Slott or Spencer's perhaps distaste at the thought of coming on to talk to you guys, not as like, oh, these creators are scared or don't understand that you have good hearts. We think we would very rarely expect like critics to interview like the directors of films.
Yeah.
They do sometimes. And it's awkward. And as somebody who used to edit film critics, like once the film critic becomes buddy buddy with the director, you can't let them review the movies anymore.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's very easy for you guys to interview creators whose work you are not evaluating week in and week out in real time. It's much easier to talk to Howard Mackey because you guys never reviewed the Mackey Byrne issues. Not that you could find them, because they only printed a dozen.
I think about that a lot, Alan. You know, not just in terms of, you know, and I think it's been fairly, I don't know if it's obvious that I am trying to make a profession in the creative arts. And I do think a lot about the ramifications that criticism provides. It inherently creates a sort of alienating experience for you. And I clearly have not given it up. Because I think it's a valuable thing to add to society. But I do think about that a lot, which is like, if we dropped the criticism element of the show, would it actually allow us to, you know, highlight the work of Spider-Man creators in a greater way by bringing the creators on board? But I think the value of discussing these books is perhaps greater than learning about the ins and outs of how something was produced. Because most people are experiencing it the way that we are. And that kind of community, I think, has a lot of value in it. And I actually think it does end up benefiting the art long term. Someone's feelings might get hurt, although Mark and I think do our best not to hurt people's feelings or be cruel in our criticism, but I think a better informed community that can speak about comics ends up leading to better comics in the long run. And in many ways, I think like Nick Spencer's run is kind of a reaction to that. Like, so much of it is like correcting books, and while we might not love all of that, it does seem like someone who's actually listened to criticism and said, I'm going to go about, you know, solving some of this in some way. And issue 67 is a great example of that, but Mark hasn't read it yet. So, you know, we will get there this weekend, Mark. I'm really looking forward to talking to you about this.
The book's in the mail, so I'll get it either tomorrow or Saturday. So.
Okay, great.
Okay, I have two more questions for you. So the show is ambitious. Like, you guys have branched out from the comics to talk to actors, people who work on the movies, the video games, and you guys acknowledge that the character is bigger than the comics. And I'm sure your downloads and your Patreon numbers, you know, might be better if you focused on all that, what I think of as ancillary media, not the real Spider-Man, right? Mm-hmm. Yet the comics remain your focus. Why?
Want me to go first?
Go ahead, Mark.
I mean, you know, and I'm not trying to humble brag here, but like, I kind of encountered that a little bit when I did my book a few years ago. Like, when I was kind of outlining, you know, when I was working with my editor and outlining it, I mean, you know, and this is not to say that I got stifled in any way. I had plenty of latitude, but at one point there was a comment where there was like, wow, you really want to lean into the comics with how you're putting this together. I'm like, yeah, because that's where my passion is. You know, my introduction to Spider-Man, you know, as a 6-year-old was through the comics, was through the spinner rack, you know, like, and that's where the association came, and that's where the love came. And I love the movies and the cartoons and the action figures and the video games, but like, when I personally think Spider-Man, that's, you know, the version of Spider-Man that I think of is Spider-Man in the black suit in 1987, walking out in the rain with Alex Saviuk drawing him and David Michelinie scripting the comic. And as Dan noted earlier, I have a tendency to fixate and not move off stuff. And that is like the key fixation for me when it comes to Spider-Man. Like, the other episodes that we do, while while fun, are frankly, and this is, I hope I'm not breaking news here. I mean, they're not where my passion is when we do this show, Dan. I mean, like, my passion is when we're even when the comics get frustrating, I still love talking about the comics. It's like, that is just where the love is for me. And if we ever, like, run through this whole gamut of runs and whatnot, because I mean, yeah, we talk about the seasonal content, and that that aligns to Spider-Man in the comics. We'll talk about the other stuff, but the seasons are aligning with comic book runs, essentially. So yeah, when this project comes to an end, if you would call it an end, like, and if Dan was like, let's do a year by year thing of all the video games, I'd be like, I'm out. You can find another person to do that.
I know a guy who can talk to you for hours about like the SNES Carnage game.
Is that guy me?
No, it's my friend Simon. You should have him on as a special episode, so Mark can drink in his basement.
There we
go. My answer is similar to Mark's, but also different in that I think the future of that is really yet to be told. Like, Mark and I have explored these other topics, and I think we have to really wrestle with how we cover our show going forward as the seasons continue, because we've kind of addressed it like we're covering a transmedia property. And right now, that's easy. There's Amazing Spider-Man and Spectacular Spider-Man and a couple of cartoons that have, fallen under our purview. And we've got, some merchandise episodes, including the first one, which we won't talk about. And Mark is laughing at that.
I got a rumor for you.
Oh, God.
When Ditko died, nobody saw the body.
We're not going to get into poor Rob Bruce. But, the world of Spider-Man is going to expand in our coverage considerably. And then we have to, like, kind of pick and choose how much of that is worth going into. Like, do we do a whole episode on Spider-Man Turn Off the Dark? I don't know.
I mean, if Mark wants a night off, I'm sure there's people. Again, I know a guy who saw it. I know several people who went to see it and have amazing stories. And I mean, I'm sure you guys have seen the clip from Letterman of all the supervillains introducing themselves, right?
Oh, of course.
Oh my God, it's beautiful. It is beautiful and bonkers and shouldn't exist.
And Swiss Miss is a new character. We got to cover Swiss Miss.
I'm calling it now. When we do that episode, Dan, we're gonna have the never released Swarm song.
There you go. The Swarm song.
Wait, there's a Swarm song?
There is
maybe.
Oh, and Swarm is in that clip, by the way.
Yeah,
he is.
Yeah.
Yes, he is. So that's going to be really interesting to kind of chart as we move forward. But also, I mean, and I don't mean this as any slight to Mark. One of the joys of the past 100 episodes is kind of like coming to terms with, like, look, Mark just wants to talk about the comics, and me kind of going off and doing explorations of my own into things that interest me. And I've said to Mark, it goes both ways. If there's something you want to cover that I'm not going to be around for, and Mark did do this in the past with covering conventions and things like that. So I think the platform has opened up considerably to fit in other things. But yeah, my interest remains the comic as well. I think that's the primary source material. But it will get increasingly more difficult to talk about the comic in absence of other things. Like, the movie impacted the comic whether you like it or not. Like, Spider-Man lost his web shooters at one point and was shooting stuff out of his wrists, and it wasn't by accident. It was because the movie did it, even Ultimate Spider-Man, I think, was influenced by the Sam Raimi films. And there's no way to talk about this stuff without getting into some of the ancillary things. Now, does that mean that I'm really eager to go watch the Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon show and talk about it? Not really. I'm more interested in these other ones we talked about because they're formative to the public's understanding of the character. but I guess so is Ultimate Spider-Man in terms of what Marvel wanted to make the character look like. So I don't know how we're going to handle it. My interest remains the comics, but
What about the cartoon with Lisa Loeb and Doogie Howser?
yeah, the
Can we
MTV
talk about
show.
that?
Yeah, we could talk about that too. That was a sequel to the Raimi films, so
The
it's all in
youth-oriented, freshening up the origin Ultimate Spider-Man series debuted 21 years ago, by the way, gentlemen.
I know.
It's old enough to drink.
It's old enough to
It's
drink.
old enough to complain about the kids these days.
It's older than Peter Parker ever got in that series.
Yep.
That brings me to my last question. First off, let me apologize for suggesting earlier that you guys started this during Brand New Day. I think I was thinking that because I was listening to you during Superior, and I read posts you had written about Brand New Day issues. And when you guys talked about Brand New Day on the show, you were supportive in a way that I found really refreshing, because I honestly had never heard another soul say a good thing about those comics, which I really loved. The good ones. There were some iffy ones.
There were some iffy ones. You remember Jackpot?
Yeah, and Menace, but there were some really good ones. No Typeface. But so here's that last question. When you started this, Spider-Man was Peter Parker. Now Spider-Man is anyone. What does that shift mean? And does it change how you feel about or how you relate to Spider-Man?
That's a good question. You want to go first, Dan?
Oh, I'm a pro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you wouldn't know it from the intro I gave you guys, but I'm a pro.
Mark, I think we should tag team this one, because I think this is a discussion in of itself, rather than I don't know that I can answer that. I think if I'm being totally honest, I'm of two minds about it. I really think that it's funny. I think Spider-Man has become everyman, but the everyman aspect of Spider-Man for me has diminished over the years as Spider-Man has become not Peter Parker. Because I feel like Peter Parker has kind of been lost in all of that. And I celebrate it. Like, honestly, I think Miles Morales' comic right now is a real blast. Like, he's in the middle of this Clone Saga thing, and I'm really enjoying it.
No, Ahmed is doing great work.
Yes, and I'm very thankful that we have that character doing exciting things, and that there's an audience that sees in that character something of themselves, but I can't help but be my, 35-year-old white guy in his, in his office with Spider-Man artwork, thinking about like, well, what about Peter Parker? Like, I want more of that guy. And I don't know if that's a criticism of the universe of Spider-Man more than it is like, I feel like I don't really know Peter Parker as a person as much as of recently. And the kind of broadening of this, the idea that we're getting a Spider-Verse live action movie, like, I find kind of terrifying. I loved Into the Spider-Verse. It's my favorite Spider-Man movie. But, like, that felt like it was an offshoot, a one-off, like, wow, what an accident that this happened. But the shifting of Spider-Man into something more, like, than an everyman to, like, a time-traveling, universe-hopping character, even in his first 9 movies, or however many movies we've gotten, 8 movies or whatever, live-action movies, I feel like there's an endless well of stories before we got to that. And so, like, my feeling about him becoming everybody is kind of mixed up in my feeling about, like, the books and the movies and everything really moving past what made the character special in the first place. And that's hard for me to reconcile, because I want to be a cheerleader that's like, Yeah, Spider-Man for everyone. And when I walk down the street and I see kids in Spider-Man costumes, I'm the weird old guy that's like, cool costume. And then the kids are like, get away from me, freaky bald guy. And that guy is like trying to reconcile, like, it's not just for him anymore.
Yeah.
And I think that's really healthy. And I'm happy to let go a little bit. But it does sting because I do miss that kind of nostalgic guy that I felt like I knew. But that's how it's going to be. I keep telling myself it will be that way no matter what, because nostalgia is always stronger than
Says
what's
the
going
guy
on
in the
currently.
Amblin Entertainment shirt.
Yes.
Before Mark jumps in, I wanted to just make one very quick point, which was of the what are there 7 live action Spider-Man movies at this point?
7. Yes.
7.
Yeah.
Only one of them, and it's one that many people maybe consider the worst. Only one of them has had a Spider-Man who is kind of like comfortable and accomplished at being Spider-Man. Like, why do the live action movies always focus on becoming Spider-Man rather than being Spider-Man? As a whole, that'd be a good podcast you guys could do if you didn't talk about comics all the time.
I feel like becoming Spider-Man is being Spider-Man. Like,
Dan, Mark, do one of, yes, exactly. I got one in real time. But I totally agree with you, Dan.
okay.
Yeah, no, I actually do too. I mean, it's so when I think of this question, I always, and I'm about to ramble for a minute, so bear with me. I think of kind of 2 diverging Dan Slott stories, one of which I adore and one of which I most discernibly don't. The one that I adore is Spider Island. And what is the theme of Spider Island? To me, it's we have an island filled with people with Spider-Man's powers, but there's only one Peter Parker, and Peter Parker was the one that was able to fix it. Fast forward, and like, to me, I was like, yeah, that's why with Spider-Man, because it's more than just the powers in the suit and the webbing and the spider sense. It's who Peter is. Peter is and I feel, and frankly, I feel that way going all the way back to the Ditko Lee era. I mean, like, yes, when they created this character, part of the allure of the character was anyone can be Spider-Man under the mask. We're gonna cast a teenager, which has never been done before in a leading role like this. But it was the unique qualities of Peter and his unique origin story that set the character apart. Fast forward to Spider-Verse, and if you ever want to endure the rantings and ravings of a lunatic, you would hear me kind of revisiting the fact that as the story is evolving, and it's like, we got this Spider-Man and that Spider-Man, and like, Peter was kind of the de facto leader of the Spider people, but he was never really driving the action. It was always somebody else. And I just remember saying, probably to Dan, but also just into the void, like, what is going on here? Like when is Peter going to have his moment? And he never did. And that's one of many reasons why I don't like that story. That and Secret Scrolls and and having sex with Silk and all candlelight dinners and all that. So that's part of my issues with that. So when we talk about, but I'm at the same token, I'm trying to backtrack. I feel that, I mean, we're in a, like what Dan said, it's not just for me anymore. Like what I value about Spider-Man is not the end all be all, and may not even be the mainstream opinion of Spider-Man. And I get that, and I don't hold that against the character. So when we have Miles, or we have Earth 47-90210 Spider-Man or whatever, I get it. I understand what the allure is. It's I can also kind of put my hands up and say, well, it's not for me, but I'm going to try and judge this in with the same fair-minded sense that we judge everything else as it relates to Peter or otherwise. But it's a little challenging because, again, like what I went back to earlier when you were asking me, well, would you ever move off of just talking about the comics? And it's like, well, this is how I relate, and this is how I associate this character, and this is kind of how I've grown up to love this character. It's not just Spider-Man, it's the lens of Peter. So I don't know if that answers your question, but
No, that does. I don't think there's anything that is get off my lawn about thinking that a story in Amazing Spider-Man where Peter Parker is Spider-Man should be driven by Peter Parker. Like, I don't think there's anything, because you're not going to think a story over in Miles Morales Spider-Man should be driven by Peter Parker.
right.
But what I'm curious about is inevitably someday Marvel is going to dare to do what it hinted at but didn't in the 90s.
Yeah.
And they're going to put somebody else as Spider-Man in Amazing Spider-Man in the main flagship title, maybe just for a year, maybe just for a run, but they're going to do it before the triumphant return. And if they do that without Peter in the book, will you still be reading?
I will. I mean, I know that Superior was a cheat, but but again, I'm backtracking because I was going to say I feel part of the allure of Superior was I always interpreted that story to kind of be a commentary on Peter Spider-Man versus what Otto would do as the character, and I felt like it was all inevitably leading back to Peter returning, which is why, as you described earlier, Alan, the infantile reactions to it, I always was like, what are you people, stupid? Like, sorry. We try not to be mean on the show, but really, are you stupid? Did you really think he wasn't coming back? But anyway, yeah, I would read because I would want to, entertain me. Okay, you're gonna do this. I want you to sell it to me. Like, how are you going to sell this character to me now with someone else behind, like, is it going to be a commentary on how Peter did it versus how this person's doing it? Or are you not even going to have to, are you going to be that secure enough in the concept that you're just going to do your own damn thing with it? And, I think we've seen both over the years with Marvel and other companies when they replace their main hero, and, some have worked, some haven't, but I entertain me.
And I think it's all about the story. I think Superior largely works because 698 to 700 are some of the best Spider-Man comics ever made. Like, they're such exciting, if you will, origin story books. So if you're gonna make a shift like that, you better have a good reason to tell that story, because you've got to come up with a character that is, at its essence, more compelling than Peter Parker is. For all that we can say about Peter Parker, like, nothing has topped Amazing Fantasy 15 in terms of introducing a character to us that has provided for 800 plus compelling stories in the world of Spider-Man. And I always kind of judge it against that. Like, and that's largely been my problem with Miles, is I don't know what his origin is anymore. It's all over the map for me. And I want to love that character as much and equally as I love Peter, but I just don't know what is drawing me to him, or his, like, he doesn't have the formative background that says to me, like, this guy's got 800 issues in him. And I hope so. I think Saladin Ahmed is doing really wonderful work in, like, reestablishing the character. But it will always be hard for that character to be as compelling as the guy that has to make up for his actions surrounding Uncle Ben. And yeah, I mean, that for me, it's all about. I mean, yes, the answer is I'll read anything if it's got the word Amazing Spider-Man on it, and I might be tested quite greatly at that. I have turned down things like Amazing Spider-Man Ends of the Earth or whatever it was, the one shot. Although I have it now.
You have it now.
Yeah, I mean, like, going back in time, I think the Scarlet Spider stuff would have really made me mad. Like, when it was, like, Amazing Spider-Man with Ben Reilly in it, because the story leading into that did not justify saying goodbye to Peter. You know, but it's a case-by-case basis.
So you guys started during Superior, and so that was around issue 700, give or take.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what are we up to now? Like 8, 9? I can't even keep track
It's
anymore.
867.
867. That's 167 issues. That's a lot of issues. That's a lot of reviews. Do you know the story of when the Marx Brothers decided to stop making movies? You know, they made a couple bad ones in a row, and like Harpo and Groucho had to do some scene where they were hanging upside down and they're both in their 40s, and you know, they're not getting the rave reviews anymore. And Groucho turns to Harpo and says, after they finish that scene, "Have you had enough?" And then they were done after that. They stopped after that. When are you guys going to say, "Have you had enough"?
Well, Alan, you got to let us know when we do 3 bad shows in a row.
Thank you.
Yeah, what he said.
How many annuals were there?
Oh,
Two. And wait,
I'm joking. I love those.
annuals.
I honestly enjoyed those and thought they displayed like a real gift for satiric storytelling and some like legitimate suspense. I thought they were very funny.
I was on. Sorry, Dan, you go.
Can we talk about that for a second? I just want to like put it out because I don't really have a place for this otherwise, which is that story was real. Like the Mark's wife of it all being the detective, that was invented, but the like annual thing was real. And I think a lot of people listened to those and thought, oh, Dan's just being clever. But like that was actually happening and still is unresolved. So I just want to put it out there. Like, we don't know who is mailing me weird stuff in the mail. And they never took me up on my offer to keep doing it if they sent me an anonymous email. And so there it just lingers in space in the back of my mind as this unsolved mystery. So I appreciate your like of the annuals, Alan, enough to joke with me about it. I'm not sure that I provided enough context for our listeners what the heck that was.
And for the record, I am internally offended that you thought I was doing it. Under the guise of, as I said in the show, like, do you think I have time for that?
Exactly.
I mean, I've even suspected Alan at some point, but like, I honestly don't know who it is because everybody is so sincerely denied it. Anyway, I would cut you off, Mark.
No. I mean, in terms of other annual jokes, I was gonna say I had this moment of like, look, Ma, I made it on Twitter the other day because I saw someone that wasn't even a reference to a Spider-Man annual. I think it was like did an Iron Man annual just come out this week or something like that? There was some, yeah, and they were like, I picked up the annual, and they were just tweeting about their comics for the week, and they were like, I picked up the annual because they count. I'm like, yeah, we have totally infiltrated this conversation to the point where it's affecting other comic series and people, how they justify their purchases. And like, to that, I am just eternally happy and grateful to be a troll about a kind of comic book.
I think that's the number one comment we get is people write in there like, the annual joke has gone on a bit long, hasn't it? And I'm like, joke? What joke? Like, we legitimately feel this way.
It's not a joke. I remember buying that like 1990s annual where Spider-Man goes back to like King Arthur's court or some nonsense.
Yep.
And just feeling like, why didn't I just set my $3 on fire?
But every once in a while you get an annual where Ned Leeds comes back to life and it ends up being very important to the series going on. Hint, hint, Amazing Spider-Man 67, Mark.
Oh, God. No, stop.
I like the one Stan Lee wrote in the 80s with the Scorpion.
Oh, yeah. That was
that,
fun.
as I recall, has a joke in it that I thought is this the dirtiest thing I've ever read in a comic book when I was like 12 or 11, whenever that came out, and wondered, did they really put this in here? Is this a joke about the artist's tendency to draw really large breasts on random women in the office? And I invite you to go look for it.
Now, that's something I need to find. And I can do it because I own every annual and did so before Mark.
Well, guys, this has been a lot of fun talking to you. But wait, what is this? Is that a black dot opening in the air in front of me? And is that a white fist coming out of that dot? And is that... Spot! Damn you, Spot!
All right, a special thank you to the available Alan Churstel for coming back on the show to have some fun with us and to provide a bit of that needed listener perspective. But before we wrap up this 300th episode, Mark and I wanted to look back at the past 100 episodes of the show and point out some of our favorite memories and favorite episodes, as well as provide our thoughts on the state of the show. But before we do that, I just wanted to remind you that if you find this show entertaining and valuable, please consider supporting us. I mean, heck, you've listened this far into the show and are still listening. That makes you a pretty devoted fan. I can only listen to so much of my blathering before I go insane. So why not do us a favor and help spread the love of Amazing Spider Talk to the world? It would really help us out if you could recommend Amazing Spider Talk to a friend, and if you're able, become a member on Patreon.
We can only bring you this content with the support of our Patreon members, and we owe the show's success to every single one of them. And we are constantly making exclusive content for our members. This week, Patreon members will hear Dan and me review Amazing Spider-Man number 67 and 68.
So why not take $3.99, the price of a new comic, sometimes, although issue 67 was $4.99 inexplicably, and put it towards a month's subscription to support the show and start receiving our Patreon content. That way you'll hear our Patreon exclusive review podcast on every new issue of Amazing Spider-Man the same week it comes out, instead of waiting for it to arrive in our public podcast feed. I mean, we've done 300 of these episodes of the show now, so you know we aren't stopping anytime soon.
And if you contribute $10 a month, you gain access to exclusive artwork from famous Spider-Man artists commissioned exclusively for our members. This season, we'll be mailing out a print of Spider-Man fighting Dr. Octopus as his friends look on, drawn by official Marvel artist Federico Vincentini, and colors and inks. Plus, every episode, we release a new episode-specific desktop background created for us by artist Nick Cagnetti for our patrons to enjoy.
But we know this is a hard time for everybody, as it is for us too, so we appreciate anyone who supports the show just by listening and sharing. But if you do have the means, please join our Patreon to support our continued existence. Just follow the link in the description, and thank you to all the members who already make this show possible. Okay, enough shilling. Let's get back to episode 300 of The Amazing Spider Talk.
All right, Dan. Well, we warned everyone at the start of the show that we were going to start gazing at our navels, and we are here for it now. I mean, although that available Alan interview was pretty navel gazy too, but now it's the ultimate because we're just like talking to each other, Dan, about all of the cool memories and highlights that have happened in the past 100 episodes. I mean, when we last did one of these, Dan, you and I were at the Mohegan Sun Casino, the draft house for New Belgium, doing a live show, and after having talked to a bunch of creators, and you know, we're now a couple of years and 100 episodes later, and we're just now finally getting out of our houses again after being locked down for the last year and change. A lot has happened in 100 episodes, so why don't we start talking about it?
And I have appropriately just got some alcohol to drink for this whole thing. We've got a Moscow Mule going, so I'm hoping as this continues, things get just as boozy as they did when we were at the New Belgium brewery. So if you hear me sipping on something, I am getting inebriated. And Mark, if there's one thing that you and I have learned at the start of our friendship is that I do not handle my alcohol well. So we'll see how this goes.
It don't take much. It don't take much. I have one of my customary stouts here. That's, you know, kind of my Amazing Spider Talk tradition. But I'll be fine. I mean, I shouldn't get too sloppy. But hey, it's 300. Who knows?
Yeah. I mean, speaking of sloppy, I mean, one of the things that really defined our past 100 episodes is our season 3 and season 4 content. And that's not to say that content wasn't great, because I felt really great about it. Even our season 4, which we kind of tiptoed our way into being like, can we do a whole season on runs that we don't really love, or we love to make fun of? But season 3 was notable because season 3 felt like 100 episodes in of itself.
I was gonna say, like, when we were starting this, and like, okay, what did these past 100 episodes consist of? And you would mention season 3. I was like, no, that can't be, because that felt like 200 episodes ago. But yeah, season 3, which is like, I mean, like, it's the first post Stan Lee episode a season, and it was Jerry Conway, and it's like the original Clone Saga. Lots of great stuff in this episode, or in this in this season of content, and yet I think, frankly, because we were all going through some pretty significant life changes, which we'll get into later, but like that thing just got dragged out. I mean, it was like Kevin Smith writing a series about Black Hat. I mean, it was pretty bad, guys.
Yeah, I still feel bad about it, but I think we were just kind of waiting to get the best content that we could get. And, I still think season 3, despite its padding, is one of the better seasons of the show. I mean, having Jerry on the several times that we had him, and JMD and stuff like that, I mean, I think it really felt special by the end of it. And, I think I'm a little bit partially to blame for it, because I was kind of like padding stuff out with my own like asides, which we'll talk about later. I kind of went on several journeys of my own into different realms of content during that season. But I mean, that was 2019? 2019 was probably the most packed year for Spider-Man stuff of all. I mean, you got Into the Spider-Verse, Far From Home, the video game, it was just, and Venom, like, it was just madness. Like,
Endgame.
So much content, and we covered it all. Venom, I think we covered on like a Patreon episode where like you watched it, I think a couple months later. But it was just loaded, and there was no way to not cover all that stuff. So I think that led to it being very, very bloated.
All I was gonna say is, like, if you think we went slowly or paced it poorly, all I could say is when we started season 3, we didn't know who Kindred was, and I still don't think we know who Kindred is. So you know what? Just put that in, put that out there. That's all. That's all I'm gonna say about that.
That's good. So speaking of additions to the cast, this is my wonderful segue into the next thing. Our show has undergone a bunch of changes, and I think, related to life changes. But to me, the biggest addition to the show, who appeared on the show earlier, is Rick Coast. Rick, used to write for me on when the site Superior Spider Talk was running and doing all the writing. And, we kind of bounced back and forth over the years. And Rick saved my life and saved the show. And he's still saving the show week to week because, I had taken on some extra duties. I can get into it right now. Like, I moved into an international house for high school boys. So I had 8 Chinese boys that my wife and I were raising, teenage boys. And one teenage boy is probably enough, as Mark is about to discover. But 8 teenage boys was a lot, especially with like a language barrier and all of that stuff, and them not being our kids. And I don't know that I could have kept this show going in the same way, editing it. And I don't know that Mark was keen to learn how to edit the show.
Well, Yeah, I mean, if I can interject for a second here, I mean, like I know it obviously came up again in our interview with Available Alan that the joke has always kind of been like me saying, oh, if we were doing it for so long, something had gone horribly wrong, which kind of like pins like the continuity of the show on my shoulders. But frankly, like it was getting to a point where I was legitimately worried for the future of the show because of your availability, Dan. Not because you didn't want to do it, but because I thought you were going to break down and die. So and you had insinuated like, well, if you learned how to edit, and I was just like, it wasn't even that I didn't want to. I was just like, I can't deal with that pressure because I mean, like I still remember the very first New York Comic Con that I attended, and I was without you. And I was recording these interviews, and like half of them got screwed up, and I just felt so terrible because I was like, I'm just not good at the technical side of this stuff. You know what I mean? Like I'm great at showing up every Sunday, and being an a-hole, but when it comes to the technical and the production elements, I'm not great. And you were just pulling so much weight. I mean, you still pull a ton of weight, but like. The editing was breaking you, and I saw it and I felt it, and I was like, I wonder how much longer this could truly go on for. So to bring Rick in, and it's not even just like, oh, he's a live body who can edit. I mean, Rick is legitimately fantastic. I know that you spoke to him earlier. He's just he saved the show, like you said. Like there's no question about it. He saved the show.
Yeah, he is officially the third Beatle. And, if you haven't listened to any of Rick's podcasts, he's like a comic book writer and podcaster in his own right. And he's fantastic. And I am so honored that he, wants to take on this show and help us with this. And, this is not to make a plug for the Patreon, but like really, if you could help us to help support Rick, it would go a long way to like, really helping the show. Because like I said, the show would not exist. People might remember back to like the first 100, maybe 200 episodes of the show where a new issue would come out on Wednesday and you would have the episode in your feed on a Thursday morning. And that would be because I would stay up until like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning editing the show. And like really, I could have slapped the audio together and just called it a day. But I make sure to listen to all the audio and cut any ums or uhs that I can cut and make it sound nice. And, Rick has really kind of taken up the mantle of like matching. And again, this is going to sound really self-congratulatory, but I think we set a high standard of quality and an even higher standard of quality with Rick. I go back and I listen to even episodes when I was editing and I'm like, boy, this doesn't sound good. And Rick makes us sound like silky smooth. And, I just think the show is endlessly better. We've thrown a lot of really random projects at him. And he just like bounces off like it's nothing. So, Rick Coast, the savior of the show, we can't thank him enough. And we're so happy to have him on board the team. And, I would like it if people could hear a little more regularly from him if we can make that work. So that's been a lot of fun. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention, I wouldn't call him the fourth Beatle of our crew here. No, that goes to Alan Scherstl.
I was just saying, how many Beatles are there, Dan? Oh wait,
I know. Yeah, right. No, it's Nick Cagnetti, who has we've been commissioning to do the covers for all of our seasonal episodes, and this is just kind of a random venture that I thought would be fun to do, and like see if we could get some custom art for our show, especially with the support of the Patreon. Like I'm paying Nick, like a full commissioned rate to do those things, and it only can happen because of the Patreon. But he doesn't just give me any old artwork. Nick puts his heart and soul into that artwork, and he is a major Spidey guy, like maybe even more than me. He will include references in those images that take me forever to unpack. I mean, if you haven't looked at our cover images for this show on AmazingSpiderTalk.com, I cannot recommend it enough because you will find a ton of Easter egg goodies in there. And Nick is just a great guy, and he's been a long supporter of the show. So it's been great to bring Nick on board. especially for our artwork for episode 300, which is the first time Mark and I appear on the cover. So that's been pretty exciting for me. Mark, do you have a favorite piece of Nick's that you've liked?
Oh man, I mean, there's so many of them. I mean, and I love that you've sent some out to our Patreon listeners too. And you know, I admittedly hang some of them up on my wall. I mean, that three. I mean, you know, hey, we're already navel gazing, but that 300 one is something special because I mean, like, it's just so much fun, and like, you know, to see our likeness under, you know, Nick's great pen stroke, I think is you know, something to behold. I mean, I love the Black Hat in Spider-Man 1. I mean, like, you know, I feel like I'm not doing it justice because like I'm racking my brain thinking of all the great ones that I love. The John Romita's, the Hobgoblin. I mean, it goes on and on. I mean, he's Nick is the best, man, and I love that he does this for us and for our listeners the way he does.
Yeah, and it almost makes me want to like step up the quality of the show because we're putting like an official label on it, right? Like when you look at art that good and you're going to listen to something that's got art that good covering it, you know, it better be good, you know? And cause he puts a lot of time into those things. I mean, he is penciling them, inking them, and coloring them. It's getting a full treatment. So Nick is our like fourth Beatle, if you will, and again, through the Patreon could we make that happen. So speaking of which, the Patreon, you know, we've had the Patreon and we've had ways to support our show in the past. But I really feel like the Patreon has kind of taken a step up in the past 100 episodes. We've made it a real concerted effort, you know, as part of the show. Mark, how do you feel? I mean, just kind of like loosely or tangentially, the Patreon has changed things for us. I mean, how has it changed the show up?
Yeah, I mean, like I mean, obviously we've been doing the Patreon for some time now. I mean, prior to 300, but like you said, I feel like we really hit our stride with it over the past 100 episodes. I think that in some ways it's almost made us, I don't want to say more honest, and I'm not talking about opinions, but just in terms of like our schedule and our delivery. Like, yeah, we miss a new issue here and there, or I shouldn't say we don't miss it for good, but I just mean like we're not always like super duper on time. Like 67 is coming out a little late, but that's neither here nor there. I just feel like, you know, it's kept us on task a bit more. I think it's kind of, you know, frankly, it's created a game of one-upsmanship with ourselves. Like, hey, you know, like let's improve the art that we're getting, and you know, let's bring Nick on board to do this, and let's, you know, like let's raise the stakes. And you know, especially since we got so limited starting last year with the pandemic, I feel like we were able to kind of really focus on, okay, well, you know, we can't use the Patreon funds to meet at a con or to do this or to that. So what can we do to really deliver for our listeners? And I feel like you know, we've put more value in that than I think. I don't want to make it sound like we weren't putting value in it prior to that, but I think like it really challenged us to kind of like get the most bang for everyone's bucks, if you will.
Yeah, I you know, I'll admit, I mean, it's an incredibly niche thing to have people supporting us as much as they do for, you know, a show about something as specific as just Spider-Man. But, you know, I think that's one of the biggest things for me is like the encouragement that provides, you know, not just keeping us regular, but knowing that this podcast that we do is so valuable to so many people. You know, I could get numbers all day, but I don't really know what those download numbers mean, you know, but like when people join the Patreon, it really signals to me like, oh, like there is like a real interest in content. Like our voices are not just something to passively spend time with. People are, you know, connecting to the show in some way. And it makes this quest, like knowing that there's a dedicated core group of people supporting us, it makes our quest seem not like a fruitless endeavor or just some kind of like vanity project, that you and I are undergoing. Although I know how much vanity you get out of talking about Spider-Man for 300 episodes, but it makes it seem real, and it has tangible benefits too. Like, now we can pay for all of these subscription services to make our recordings, either whether that be monthly payments to Zoom or Skype calls. It just makes doing all these things easier. It makes it so I can go, hey, Ryland Bojack, you did our theme song. Do you want to write us another theme song for Threats and Menaces? And he'll do it, and I can give him some money and, make him feel good about his investment. And I'm hoping that people have felt the impact of that as much as I have, the freedom it provides us to get creative and do a bunch of different things and commission awesome artwork for everybody. That's been really fun because I think our artwork is truly unique. I mean, where else are you going to get such hyper-specific, full-page artwork? It's all been really cool, and the Patreon now feels essential. I know there are some people that are probably angry that they don't get the new issue episodes the very week that the issue comes out. But I don't think the Patreon is that expensive. It seems to be less than the cost of a comic these days. And, a lot of people have been kind of catching up on those episodes on Marvel Unlimited. So in a way, I feel like we're kind of, fitting into the model that the comics industry has provided for us a little bit better by using the Patreon in a smarter way. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Dan, you want to talk about some other big life changes beyond, our edition of the X and our Patreon stepping up?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think it's people don't really. I don't know what people know about us. When they listen to the show. I mean, I'm sure they have a sense of our politics and what we think about storytelling and how we feel about Canadian bacon and things like that. But other than that, and maybe you're running, Mark.
Right.
I don't know how much people know about our lives. And yet I think, these past few years have marked some major changes for us. So Mark, what have these past 2 years meant for you, outside of the show, and how those changes kind of related to the show?
Yeah, I mean, certainly the biggest, and, kind of going back to what we were alluding to earlier with season 3, I know we definitely took at least a month and change off. In fact, I think you did some new issue reviews without me during season 3, during the Cravens, the Hunted storyline, because I bought a house, which, that's obviously a major milestone, and, those who are fortunate to do it know, it's a big deal, but, we were basically moving out of our little tiny Brooklyn apartment, and packing up, at that point, 7 years of memories and everything that our only child ever owned, and moving into this house. And it was a process, and it was stressful, and I needed time because I couldn't do both. So that was certainly the biggest hassle. I mean, I've continued the running, as people who follow me know, and I'm sure that drives Dan crazy sometimes because there'll be times where I can't go too late because I got to get up early in the morning, or there are times where we're recording on a Sunday night and I'm completely fried because I ran a big race earlier in the day. One of the other big changes that kind of impacted my bandwidth and my time and my energy was in last summer. We are one of the many people who during the pandemic got a pet. We got our puppy Parker, named of course for Peter Parker. And Parker is the absolute best. He's a Havishon, so he's half Havanese, half Bichon. Awesome puppy. But for those who know, and I'm not trying to diss people who own pets but who don't own dogs, but especially at the puppy phase, it's almost like owning a baby again. It's like having another kid in the house. So it's been a lot at night. I mean, the good news is we can leave him alone sometimes, but not guaranteed not to rip things apart while we're out. But still, we won't get Child Protective Services called on us if we leave the dog alone for a couple hours. Anyway, point being, these are all big changes, and the house certainly probably has the longest lasting things. I finally have like a nice private space to record in, Dan, as people can see behind me who are watching on video, or as Available Alan referred to it as my nerdy Ned Flanders basement, or nerdy Ned Flanders beer basement. There we go. Which has the sign, the bar with no name that you had purchased for me after we had moved in. So there's a little piece of you here too, Dan. So thank you very much.
I was going to say, I think the house has been a big upgrade for our show because, you're no longer recording on your back porch.
Right.
In whatever inclement weather was hitting New York that week, that we did our best to hide in any form imaginable. Now you've attained full nerddom. You're in your basement podcasting about Spider-Man, and I wouldn't have it really any other way. But it's also been wonderful because when I've come to visit you, the several times that I've come to visit you, it's been a great place to hang out and stay, and a lot of memories were formed there. Recording the show in person in our own place. Now I did the opposite of you because I had my own office to record the show in, and suddenly I was moving to this international house where my wife and I had a small room together that we lived in and had all of our valuables in. So it was quite the downgrade. But we knew if we ever wanted to afford a house, on a teacher's salary, there are some kind of sacrifices that need to be made. But suddenly I'm having to podcast with my wife in the room, which couldn't have been fun for her, to hear me get agitated about Spider-Man comics for endless hours at a time. I have kids just through the wall, so I have to be somewhat cognizant of that. And, that was a lot of juggling as well. And probably the biggest thing for my wife and I mean, we are, would love to own a home, and we're talking about trying to get pregnant this summer. So, we'll see what changes come for the next 100 episodes. But that was a really trying time for me. I don't think my wife and I have ever worked so hard, but you guys have heard her a little bit on the show. That experience really, I think, brought us together and solidified our partnership, that we could get through something like that together. Going from 0 kids to 8 kids that aren't our own. So, it is maybe this is why I reject the Mary Jane doesn't like Spider-Man thing, is these kind of challenges are what bring or test out a couple's ability to persevere. And speaking of persevering, when we were in that house, that's when the pandemic hit. So not only were we kind of under lockdown before, but then we were under further lockdown during the quarantine. So our ability to get out and do things was incredibly limited, just in general for over 2 years. And I still think I did some cool stuff for the show, but the show almost became my backdoor excuse to actually have any social contact with anybody. So for that matter, the show was really kind of helpful for me through an emotionally and physically trying time. So we're not in the house anymore. We're in our own apartment now, which is why if people who are watching on the video can see I have an office again where I can pontificate about Spider-Man with no regard for anybody else in my house. So there you go. That is where we've come full circle in some ways.
I have the Ned Flanders beer basement, and you have the awesome office with artwork on the wall, and all the fancy. You actually look like a professional podcaster. I just look like the stereotypical podcaster. So there you go.
Well, there you go. So let's talk about some of our favorite moments from the past 100 episodes? I know you've got a list here. Tell us some of the things that like really stuck out to you as special.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, like, I as much as I love some of our fun moments together, Dan, and those count as memories too. I mean, like, it's hard for me not to kind of think back, and we've joked about this before. It's kind of like the what's the movie that we always talk about? Our lives have become
Slumdog Millionaire.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Thank you. I'm like going blank here. Like, once again, we have 100 episodes, and we got to talk to some really great talent and have some fun experiences doing it. One of the ones was, frankly, it was an interview that you were able to secure after I had multiple attempts from me to get this person on the show, to no success. Not because, the person didn't necessarily want to come on the show, but it just, the timing didn't work. And that's Eric Larson. I think the fact that I couldn't get Eric on for so many years, because I had met Eric at New York Comic Con, I think in like 2014, and at that point in time, he was like, he actually even said to me, because I said, oh, we do this podcast, we'd love to have you on, and he was like, well, why don't we just do something now? And I was like, and at that point I didn't have my microphone, because the year earlier I had my microphone with me in New York Comic Con, and it didn't go great, as I alluded to earlier. So I was going there more or less to kind of like get contacts and emails and set stuff up, and we can do it on our own time without a crowded con. And Eric was more or less saying to me, dude, if you don't do this now, you're never going to get me, because I'm always just so damn busy with, image stuff and other projects. And, he's Eric freaking Larson. He's one of the biggest comic book artists of this current generation, for sure, and previous generations. So, so the fact that we were able to get him on, and then like I don't know, I had this like dumb, goofy smile on my face for the bulk of that interview. I think that was pre-video, but like I think, Dan, you even remarked to me after the fact, was everything okay? And I was like, yeah, like I was just amazed by the fact that we had Eric Larson on, who was one of the formidable artists of my youth, of my childhood in terms of Spider-Man, and he was just like the nicest, chillest guy. Like he was just like a lot of fun to hang out with. Like I was kind of expecting maybe a little bit of ego and a little bit of like kind of like tight-lippedness. Like I was like, oh, is this guy gonna really want to talk about like Spider-Man from like the early 90s? And he totally did, and he just did it, and he had fun, and like it was like, I don't know, like to me it was like the most pleasant surprise in the world in terms of interviews. Maybe maybe that makes it sound like I'm criticizing Eric Larson. I don't mean to, but like it just shocked me how well it went.
Yeah, and I felt like he, to his credit, he was like the only artist we've ever had on that I think answered my question about how would you define your style in a way that I thought was satisfying. Like he could actually get into talking about that stuff, because I think I asked that of everybody and they never answer it in a way that I would find satisfying.
Right.
And I guess I think that speaks to artists not really being like oftentimes, like, I guess if we go by Jack Kirby being the standard, it's like they're not as good of talkers about their own work as the writers are. They just kind of do it, and they might have some method, but maybe it's something that's not even known to them. They just they develop it, and it becomes a part of them. It's like having to describe your like how your intestines work. You're using them all the time, but you couldn't really describe that, I guess, unless they're backed up or something. Now we're getting into really like crappy matter here, literally and figuratively. Yes, truly. But
transition out, Dan. Transition out.
Transition out. He back to topic. He answered that question really well, and that was really insightful. Like I grew, my appreciation for his work grew tenfold that day, and that was like the Grinch, a wonderful moment. And I spread holiday cheer everywhere I go now, and I cut the roast beast. But speaking of interviews with major image people, or I guess not image people, with major artists, what's the next one on your list here?
Yeah, and certainly like also it's like talking about artists who know how to give an interview. I would say. And that was our interview, and this was a recent one with John Romita Jr. And like again, this was one that kind of came as a surprise. Now, I had reached out to JR several years ago to come on our show, and I won't get into the nitty gritty of what happened, but it fell apart like kind of late in the game, and subsequent follow-ups that I made to him, it just didn't work out, and I couldn't either. He didn't, and then even got to the part where, frankly, he had kind of stopped replying, probably because he's one of the busiest working artists in the world. But it just felt like it wasn't fated for Romita Jr. to come on the show. And then, as we were getting ready for season 5, we were trying to get other guests on, and I think you even said, "Do you want to try JR again?" And I'm like, "Fine." It's not like he's gonna reply. And like I sent that email at like 9:00 in the morning. It had to be in February because it had just snowed, because it came up in the email that he sent back to me. Within an hour, he was like, "Oh yeah, I'd love to. Give me a call." And he like leaves me his phone number. He said, "Give me a call, but not tonight because I got to go dig my mom and dad out from the snow." So I'm like, okay, this is like this. Like he's like talking like he knows me personally, and I'm like, did he remember this whole thing from several years earlier when we couldn't get him on? I don't know, but all I know was there was a little bit of back and forth, and again I was kind of like, oh God, I'm gonna lose him again, and then the whole thing got sealed. I was in an outlet store, a clothing store with my wife going shopping. We had taken the day off from work to go out, and all of a sudden my phone starts buzzing, and it's JR texting me to set up a time to do this. So I'm like shopping, at a Gap or whatever and I'm texting with JR, which is like, again, the Slumdog Millionaire life. And we get this guy on, and again, like the total pro's pro, like knows how to talk about his life, his career, and his art. The nicest guy. I mean, like, I don't know. To me, it's one of my favorite interviews we've ever done, because it was just like, given the magnitude of who the person was, but also like just how it went. And I don't know. I felt like that's like kind of the pinnacle of our interview work. I don't know. What do you think, Dan?
I 100% agree. And I thought it was even more fun that he dropped the ball on us there at the very end, where he was like, "Hey, by the way, we may need to talk again real soon." And like basically told us that he was coming back to Marvel. And literally the day that I published that podcast, the news broke that he was coming back to Marvel. And it couldn't have been like better timing, we didn't know what we were getting into, but like the guy was passionate about Spider-Man and Marvel Comics on our show. And it showed, because he is going back to Marvel now. And I don't think we've really seen yet the announcement of like fully what he's doing for them. I mean, we know he's doing a Fantastic Four issue, and he's doing covers and stuff. But I think that I'm hoping that we can have him back on the show again real soon if upcoming announcements prove connected to our show in some way. So I thought that was a really neat connection there. But on top of JRJRB just being like the nicest guy. And totally like it seemed very willing to come back, and like he had a good time on our show. And anytime a guest has a good time and feels like we respected the time they gave us, it is good news on my end. That's kind of a barometer for me about how well we're doing.
Yep. In terms of other memories from the past 100, I mean, obviously the COVID-19 pandemic, I mean, that's not just our memory. That's, unfortunately everybody's memory right now. But I felt, Dan, and, again, we're in the self-congratulation mode. But I will always look back about how we kind of pivoted during that whole situation. I mean, granted, we do a podcast where, you're in California, I'm in New York. I mean, we're kind of working in this virtual sphere anyway, but like we were literally just starting season 4 when this all started, and we were going into this new format with the video interviews and stuff like that. And we started off by saying, like, I think you had reached out to Tom Brevoort, Marvel's executive editor, on Twitter, like, we can get Tom Brevoort on. And, like, we had him on, and it was like, well, what are we going to talk to him about? And, we kind of joked, like, well, we finally can ask him about the Spider-Man Manifesto, which is something you and I have kind of, like, argued about on the show. Or not argued about, but discussed on the show for years now. But, like, I like that we also used a big portion of that interview, so much so that we broke it into 2 parts, to talk to him about COVID and the comic book industry and how it might be reflected. I mean, like, again, like, it's a little navel gazy, but we made the move, and we made it work, and we made it relevant, and I felt we made good content out of it.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I don't know that I was expecting Marvel to do anything COVID related, although a year and a half into it, I'm still surprised that we haven't gotten any kind of like COVID related content reflected in the books. But it was really interesting to kind of talk about like how that kind of thing can be integrated into the comics or not, and the decisions that go behind that. And it was neat because we split that Brevoort interview up into 2 episodes and allowed the COVID stuff to kind of live on its own. And I was thrilled to kind of like, I mean, the news broke shortly after that interview was released that, Diamond was shutting down their shipment and comics were essentially paused, altogether for over a month. And, I reached out to all those comic book stores to get their kind of feeling on it. And that was really special. So I thought, like, this is cool. I would like to do more of this timely stuff in our show, kind of, bring in the real world into our show. And we are not always able to do that. There's not always a topic that needs to relate to Spider-Man comics. And some people come to our show for escapism from the real world. Nothing like hearing 2 cranky guys talk about comics to escape the pressures of reality. But I thought this was really appropriate because everybody didn't know what the heck was going on in the world. And, I went into a lot of these conversations freaking out, and a lot of the people kind of cooled me down. And that was actually really helpful. So, like, Tom was great. Those comic shop owners were great. And I think we put together a kind of really neat group of podcasts there.
Yeah, and like, kind of in that vein too, Dan, a few months later when right after the George Floyd murder, I felt we, again, kind of pivoted and did a socially conscious episode when we talked about race in comics and in Spider-Man and in superhero comics in general. We had some great guests. We had Brian Jacobs and Donovan Grant come on the show to talk about that. And, I know that it's always a risk. As you mentioned, people use this show as an outlet for escapism. So it's a risk getting political. We would get more political, I think, in certain episodes later on in the year, which we can talk about in a bit. But you know what? Like, my as I said in the interview with Alan, my roots are in journalism. And I know, Dan, as a filmmaker, I believe you have like a desire to tell the story of not just to recap fiction here, but to tell a larger story. And I like that we've been able to use our podcast to do that. And if it annoys or frustrates some people, I'm willing to live with it because I'm proud of those episodes specifically, both the Tom Brevoort interview and then our episode in June about the social uprising that was happening in this country.
Yeah, I mean, I think our race in Spider-Man comics is one of our best episodes we've ever put together, and that's largely because you and I shut up for most of it. I like any episode where it's not actually us blathering, and Brian and Donovan are 2 guys that I would dare say are smarter than both of us. Like, if they ever start a Spider-Man podcast, we're doomed. But yeah, I mean, that was a really great episode, and they were great guests. And I don't know how you could continue without acknowledging some of this stuff, because it will inform like our opinions, on books and things like that. And I hope that we can do more episodes like that. And if I'm just going to be totally behind the scenes here, that is our most downloaded episode in the past 5 years of the show. So, I think people are hungry for that content, and somehow it struck a nerve, and people really felt like it was the right time for it. And again, I'm not just after the clicks, but it is helpful to know that people are enjoying some content. And so I hope, I hope we don't have to do stuff like that again because of how awful the circumstances were behind, what formulated that episode. But it's a topic that I think, even if there was no murder of George Floyd or social uprising, was one that we would have to address eventually. And so I'm hopeful that you and I can continue taking on such heavy and complicated topics as race in comics in the future of our show. And it seems like our audience is there with us. So that's kind of exciting.
Absolutely. In terms of getting other subject matter experts and us kind of shutting up a bit, we continue to trend, I felt, in this past 100 episodes of bringing in comic book creators, not necessarily to interview them about a run or their career, but to have them add to our dialogue, to add to our conversation about other topics that we were discussing as part of our seasonal content. Like we had J.M. DeMatteis come in to talk about Harry Osborn as the Green Goblin when we did that episode in season 3. We had Carla Pacheco come in to talk about Spider-Woman when we did that episode for season 4. After Stan Lee passed away at the end of 2018, we had Jerry Conway come back. Jerry is one of our best recurring guests for sure, to talk about Stan Lee. And it's like, like I said, we started that trend probably between 100 and 200. But I still feel it's one of our most successful models. We had Ron Frenz come in. I mean, obviously, Ron Frenz was talking about work that he did with Kid Who Collected Spider-Man. But, like we did it in a way that I think added new light and insights to the process in a way that you don't normally get. And I like that we've kind of turned the microphone over to these creators to talk about stuff in a different way than just so what did you do when you did this and this comic and that comic and that comic? Because I'm sure they get questions like that all the time, and it makes them want to like bang their head against the wall.
The Ron Frenz interview is one of my favorite things I've ever done professionally, as a hobby, whatever, because it's the kind of behind the scenes I really don't think you can get anywhere else. And it's the kind of thing that I wish Marvel did more of, which is like highlighting the process behind some of these classic stories. And, a story like Kid Who Collects is not going to get like the omnibus absolute treatment. It's 11 pages, right? Mm-hmm. It's not a graphic novel. But I think it's equally deserving of that treatment. And, if Marvel's not going to do it, which I think they seem keen on it, not out of any kind of spite or anything, just because right. I don't think that it ultimately holds that much value, but for us it holds a ton of value, and for Ron it holds a ton of value. And if I can give back to like Ron and say, I care about this thing so much, please talk to me. Ron, he's the most humble person ever, and he likes to downplay his involvement, but I feel like going through that process, in some way I was able to point out to Ron just how much that story is truly his as well. And Ron was able to give us so much of himself. It's not a Ron Frenz interview until I make him cry, which is pretty standard. But it's more just like I learned so much about the I think I learned more in that episode than I've learned in like years of doing the show, just from Ron talking about how he approaches a blank page and crafts it outward. And, if people haven't listened to that episode, I know it's like 2 hours long, but I think it'll be very worth your while to crack open the book and flip the pages while you're listening to it. I remain so proud of that. I'm sorry for gushing on it. It's maybe my favorite episode of anything. And I'm sorry that you couldn't be there for it, Mark. But I actually think, not to say that you would have ruined this, because I don't think you would have. But there was a level of intimacy to that episode of just the two people talking about it that I think made it really special.
Absolutely fair. You can blame Johnson and Johnson for that for me, but but hey, it made better content. So there you go. And just in terms of this is the last thing I'm going to mention in terms of like memories and highlights, but and this is something that Dan, I got to tip my hat to you for, because this was your idea, this was your baby from the onset. I had my doubts that it would be worthwhile, but I really feel it has changed the game for us significantly, and that was doing the live streams, whether it's for our Patreon members when we discuss new issues, or these big seasonal episodes where we've gone live and answered questions and had Bob Dole harass us in the comments, or people ask me what my beer is, whatever. But like, I feel like it again, like similar to like Patreon kind of raising our game, I feel like doing that has raised our game. It's added a new level of fun to the show. I know that we've had our hiccups with it, and we're still kind of figuring things out, especially when we have a third person on with us. But like, overall, I think it's one of the most positive developments that we've had for the show over the past 8 years. And, I challenge you to say otherwise.
No, I love it. I wish it worked more consistently. And I know that it's the complication is I have decided to, like I always do, take things 10 steps further than they probably needed to go, which is like having a beautiful framing device and portraits and cycling images. And if I just got rid of all that, it would be a lot smoother. But no, I want to go the extra 10 miles to make it into a really cool experience. And I think it's worth it. I'm still investigating ways to make, it a better experience. And the Patreon funds do help, because doing the live stream is not cheap, and building that whole system was not cheap. Thanks to Andy Myers, my partner on the graphic novel that I'm working on. He helped us kind of set that up, and I paid him to work on that, and he did a really great job. But some of these systems, the minute you go live, things start falling apart, and that's taught me a lot of patience, and tested just how cool-headed I am. I think I'm a fairly cool-headed individual, but I think even Mark saw me sweat during some of those live streams. The first one especially, I was like, had a rod straight up my butt the whole time. It was a rigid experience, I'll say that. But I love the live stream. I think it's been really exciting, and like it allowed things like the Ron Friends, like adding the visual component. I know there are a lot of people that listen only on the podcast, but I do think like, hey, we're talking about a visual medium. It's great to have a visual component, and really old listeners to the show will remember when I used to do that on the podcast, where the image would change while you're listening to it. But that functionality is gone. So now, you know what, Apple, you can't keep a good dog down. And I'm going to come back ferociously with new ways to be innovative about our podcasting space. So anyway, you're right. I think it's been fun, and it's made us be a little more kind of like we have to kind of be in the moment because we're live, yep. And we got to be on our game.
Speaking of you innovating, the last 100 episodes has seen you kind of take your wings and fly, Dan. Why don't you go through some of your own personal highlights that you did without me mucking things up?
Yeah, well, I mean, this is more just kind of like more indicative of me living in LA than anything else, because there's just a lot of things that go on around here, especially with like the movies and stuff. And so it's kind of allowed me to, investigate things that just doesn't make sense to bring someone along for, or technically like it doesn't make sense. So like Mark and I had a shared experience where we were called on by Aaron Couch, who's the editor of the Heat Vision blog at the Hollywood Reporter, to write about like the top 100 comic book runs of all time as chosen by them. And how Aaron put it to us was, we tried to get Stan Lee and we couldn't, so we thought to reach out to you guys, which is like the height of all compliments.
Right.
But that kind of connected me with the Hollywood Reporter, and I managed to kind of work for them for a while, which has kind of allowed me some access to things. I went to Stan Lee's memorial in Hollywood, which was one of the most moving experiences of my life. I didn't podcast about it, but if I could have recorded it, I would have. But it was a secret, affair, and someday I'll talk about it in great detail. But things like going to the Venom, release party. I got to talk and interview Todd McFarlane there, which will forever make Mark jealous. Which is, even better than talking to Todd, who was actually really great. And there's a photo of me and him that has become infamous because it looks like we are like lovers or something. He is all over me. But also like things like the What's Up Danger exhibit, which was like a celebration of Into the Spider-Verse, which let me, I did a whole show on that. And then that let me meet the concept artist behind that movie. So I made friends with Yuki Demers, who designed so many parts of that movie and put so many of the Easter eggs into that movie. So that was really neat, that interview. Meeting people like Matt Singer and his book. He's like a film critic, and that's been neat. Or even being interviewed by the BBC as like the Spider-Man expert. Couldn't have imagined that in a million years. But a really interesting experience. I got to meet Danny Fingeroth again when he came to LA on his book tour for A Marvelous Life, and did an interview with him about that. The COVID and comic book stores thing we talked about earlier was like kind of born out of a lot of LA shops that I went to. I've made good friends with Tristan Matthews, who I would say is one of my closest friends out here in LA. And I interviewed him about his Guinness Book of World Records collection of Spider-Man memorabilia. And, like beyond just meeting a cool guy to interview, it's like I've made good friends out of this.
Yeah, and you even scored me some like vintage Mets pants from Tristan. So I mean, what's not to love?
Yeah, Mark gets the kickback pleasures, and like one of the coolest things is like talking to Nicholas Hammond, the original Spider-Man, on our show for that episode that we did. That only happened because of my work here in LA. When I was working for a screening series, I learned how to basically utilize like Hollywood talent agencies to reach out to people. And so I actually like went through Nicholas Hammond's like agent and manager because, again, Slumdog Millionaire, the weird connections of events. Nicholas Hammond was in the new movie Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. So
right.
It just ended up perfect. He was on a press tour, and I managed to book it through his agent and manager to have him on our show. And, who's to say who is going to come on the show in the future? But I couldn't believe that we got Nicholas Hammond to come on the show. I mean, Sound of Music and Spider-Man, two totally equal things. It was really awesome.
Dan, do we want to? We alluded to it earlier, but do we want to also talk about the debut of some of our scripted fun tale episodes that we rolled out the last 100 episodes?
Yeah, sure. I'm never sure what the audience thinks about these things because I never hear from the audience about them.
Yeah, we kind of get met with crickets with it, but that doesn't stop us.
Yeah, we have so much fun with doing these things. So these are like, some people think that our actual show is scripted, which it's not. It's really not. I mean, other than the parts that probably obviously sound scripted, like the intros and outros. But like our fully scripted content is like where we sit down and Mark, we always are like, let's just write a 5 to 10 minute thing. And it always ends up being this 20 to 40 minute extravaganza that we throw at Rick that he's got to cobble. And like to Rick's credit, he goes out and records his own sound and Foley work. He doesn't pull it from a sound library. So anytime you hear something on the show, he's gone out into the field to get something really neat and cool. And specifically, we're talking about An Annual's Christmas Carol, which you wrote, Mark.
Right.
And then the Threats and Menaces episode, which we kind of tag teamed on.
I think you could take more of the credit for that.
Yeah, maybe you want to deflect and give me more of the credit for that.
There you go.
But
our send off to Swarm.
Yeah,
stop,
and
stop the steal.
most notable is like Matt Little as our JJJ. Matt was an early guest on our show. If you don't know, he's the guy that filmed Pizza Rat, that famous internet video, and he is also our J. Jonah Jameson. I thought these were a ton of fun. The best memories of it are like, one, for the annual's Christmas Carol. We recorded that when my wife and I came to visit you, and we were in your basement trading off the microphone, making complete goofs of ourselves in your basement. It was some of the most fun, and watching your wife do, like our Deb Whitman
Yes.
is maybe the best thing ever. Do you have any memories of any of these kind of pieces of content?
Oh, I mean, 100%. I mean, obviously, like, we knew you were coming, and it was like, we should do this while you're here, because, why not? Like, let's take advantage. But, I dabbled in some, like, script writing back in the day. I mean, and, I mentioned my background in journalism, but I do other writing too, obviously. So, getting to do stuff like this has been a lot of fun. And like you said, it's people might think other stuff is scripted that we do, but it's really not. And, even like the Flash Thompson or Swarm stuff that we did prior to this, most of it's kind of improv, which is probably why it's so terrible. Yeah, so like being able to kind of actually think on this stuff and try and get the jokes to land and stuff like that, it's a lot of fun. And I'm looking forward to the whatever the next project may be. Although hopefully it doesn't involve the reinstatement of Swarm in August. Okay.
Yeah. Well, we've got Silvermane for now, so
there you go.
We'll take it. I thought the Threats and Menaces episode was really fun, and obviously I'm biased because I wrote most of it. But like just having Matt Little and really like assembling a crew of voices for that was so fun. Like when I receive recordings from people, like my friend Wyatt Unger, who was our intrepid news reporter that was getting stung by bees. Like, it would just be hours of me laughing at my computer, listening to all the different takes that he did. And it brought me back to my directing days, which is actually how I met your wife. I don't know if we've talked about this on the show, but as a filmmaker, I had a directing actors class, and Mark's wife, we would find out years later, was one of the actresses in my class. So Mark and I are more connected than we ever realized. So that was kind of amazing. Okay, Mark. So a couple of random thoughts here. I mean, there's some other things that we've been doing that probably don't fall under favorite episodes and stuff. Although for me, these next ones kind of do. Mark, you wanted to start off by saying something.
Yeah, I did. Okay, so one of the big things that have happened over the past 100 episodes is the 2 annual episodes that you did with the help of my wife, who was the wonderful narrator. Now, of course, by annual we're talking about the serial spoof that you did about your I'm just going to come out and say it, your stalker, who was sending you weird gifts and clues and riddles and whatnot. And one of the things that came out of those episodes was it was framed obviously as this whodunit mystery story with all these different suspects, and I felt like certainly in the first episode I was set up to be like one of the main suspects, and I wasn't upset with you, Dan, but I kind of was like a little unhappy and frustrated by that, because I mean, first of all, as I keep saying over and over again, it can't be me, because I just don't have the patience or the tolerance to carry out a prank to the levels that this person did. But also I was kind of taking it from the frame of I don't want to set this up that I'm in on this game, or I think this is this is fun or whatever, because if someone ever did something like that to me, I would be furious. Like, I don't like, to me, this, I'm not enchanted by it. And I know you feel differently, and that's totally cool. But like, like I've basically have found the whole experience to be a little unnerving on your behalf. I know you kind of feel differently about it, and I'll let you explain that. But it just kind of left me feeling uneasy, and also kind of left me feeling vulnerable, because I didn't want people to think that I was part of the game, and thus game to have it happen to me as well, because I don't welcome it. I don't want people sending me riddles or presents or anything like that. Like, like, I'm here to entertain you, and I like to be entertained by Spider-Man, and I'll chat with you online on Twitter when I see who you are or what your handle is. But like, let's kind of, I've met people from the show at cons, or, I remember when Zeke came and visited New York, I bought him lunch. We hung out in New York City. It was a lot of fun. Like, that's all cool and on the up and up. I'm not saying like I'm antisocial, but this kind of crosses a line for me as a personality, if you will, and your kind of embrace of it has always kind of left me a little uneasy about it. So I'm curious to what you think about it.
Well, I appreciate your honesty about it, Mark, and you're not alone in the discomfort. Like, my wife and family, as I said at the end of annual episode 2, are quite perturbed by this. And, when you were talking about, I couldn't help but look at myself here on the Zoom and see myself smiling, which I'm sure some people will look at and say, like, oh, Dan's in on it or whatever. But, like, I do find it kind of enchanting that, like, a mystery has found its way to me.
Right.
Like, how often do you find yourself involved in a mystery in your life? Right. It is this crossover between fantasy and reality. But I think that's where maybe I went a little wrong with this, is that, like, fantasy is not a real thing. Reality is the only real thing. And so, like, one, I wish I had explained this to our audience in a more clear way, because I feel like some people booted up those annual episodes and were like, whether they listened to Serial or not, we're like, what is this? And if you haven't listened to the Serial podcast, I recommend you do so, the first season of that show, because it will provide additional context to what the heck those annual episodes were, which is a spoof of the Serial podcast. But I don't think that I made people understand that, no, this is a real thing that is actually happening to me. Like, I am receiving letters in the mail. I am receiving, I don't think it's I wouldn't call it blackmail.
Right.
I would call it like a playful, like, kind of gesturing of, like, playing Norman Osborn. And I think I helped birth this thing into existence, because it started off completely innocuous, and I joked in a way about it being like a Green Goblin mystery, and it has evolved into such. To your point about your discomfort with it versus mine, like, I still feel it's innocuous because it involves so many different people. Like, I've gotten letters from all over the globe. Mm-hmm. And, my initial suspicions is that it's the people in the Slack or listeners to the show that are pulling a prank and having fun with it. And so, like, I thought I could kind of create this kind of mixture of tongue-in-cheek satire and real-world mystery in a way that would be fun for audiences to kind of join in on. And I brought your wife into it because she's a great actress, and she was really into this mystery. I mean,
she 100% was. Like,
yeah. Can you tell me about, like, what's going on with her feelings about it now? Like, have they changed, or is she still really into it?
I think she's really into it, but, like, I also think, frankly, and I'm not trying to ruin your fun, but I think she saw how uneasy it was making me. So I think she might have pulled back a little bit on her end, because she didn't want to upset me about it. Because, like I said, like, I hate to make anything about me, and in all likelihood, it's probably not ever going to become about me. But, like, all I'm thinking as this is happening is, like, oh my God, if someone ever did something like this to me, I would lose my damn mind over it. Like, in a not good way. And I mean,
I've been obsessing over it. You could, like, Amy, I think first she didn't like it.
Yeah.
My wife, Amy, didn't like it because it's all I would talk about. Because I was just trying to like figure out what the heck this was, you know? And the annual podcast that we did, the 2 episodes, were really kind of an exploration of me trying to figure out, you know, what is going on here. And like with real suspects, like real people that I thought were doing it. Mm-hmm. But as time has gone on, I've moved out of the realm of realistic suspects. Like I have literally no idea who is doing this. And the thing that has moved me from my camp of just having fun with it to it being downright creepy. And again, I feel even weird devoting this much of the show to talking about this, but I do think, you know, if I wind up dead someday, at least there's going to be some hard evidence. You know, because you said this person was sending me stuff, and I'm going to correct you and say, no, this person is sending me stuff.
Right.
Because I'm still getting stuff. The thing that moves it from fun to creepy is that I made a simple request that they email me at amazingspidertalk@gmail.com. The offer still stands. And anonymously let me know that this is just for fun so that I can calm my wife and family down about it, and have some fun with it. Like you know, and produce more annual episodes. Like I think this is worthy of a mystery treatment. It's really damn intriguing. At least I think so. I don't know what our audience thinks about it, but they've not done that. And that's a really simple request, I think, Mark. Is that accurate?
I think so.
And that they haven't done that suggests to me that maybe it is more in the realm of how you characterized it as stalker than it is in the realm of like friendly prankster. And again, if I had to like flip a coin or whatever and say what I think it is, I still think it's friendly prankster, but I don't know why friendly prankster doesn't go, hey, there's no threat here. And so that's why there's no more annual episodes for people who are wondering what's going on with the mystery. The mystery is still out there, and I'm not keen on fueling it until my demands are met, which is something that allows me to sleep at night. Although I still can't really get enough. I have to admit, it's still very exciting to receive puzzles in the mail. Yeah, I don't know. I'm conflicted about it, and I hope that is enough to satisfy you in some way, Mark. I am very conflicted about it.
You don't have to answer to me. You just might have to answer to, you know, the axe-wielding maniac at your front door with a mystery someday. I'm kidding. I don't think it's sinister, Dan. I really don't. But like I do, I tend to think it might be someone that may not fully understand the ramifications of what their actions do to people, and you know that's I'm not trying to sound judgmental here, but like that can be upsetting in its own right. You know what I mean? So you know, I agree. I feel that your request is a simple one, and you know, I guess on your behalf, if this person is listening, I would reiterate, like, you know, we're not asking you to end the game. We're not asking you to reveal who you are, but we're asking you to kind of just insinuate that you understand that this is a game. And that you're having fun. And if you can't do that and you want to keep doing this, then maybe we do have to, you know, maybe if Dan so chooses, it does have to be treated as not fun anymore. So that's all.
Yeah. So I appreciate you being honest about it, Mark. I have had many conversations about this, and I don't know that I've ultimately made the right decision in how I'm handling it. But like you said, I may have to answer to my God at some point. So there's that. Mark, I'll pull back the curtain here as we've been doing all episode. You've written this screed in our notes about yourself, but I think it's appropriate that you get into the topic that you've written about here. And it starts with a simple question, Mark. What is that question?
Yeah, well, and I also feel like this question ties in perfectly to our last topic here, in my opinion of it. And that question is, have I gotten crankier? And, you know, like it came up in our interview with Alan, you know, like he joked that, you know, one of us is kind of excited and into the games of Spider-Man, and one of us seems less so. And when he asked that, it kind of got me on this moment of reflection here. Not to insinuate that we filmed our segments for this episode out of order, but we did. But like, okay, so here's the deal. Like, it's not a shock that I'm not grooving on this current run of comics. When it comes to the Nick Spencer run, I actually think it's a bit of a letdown following the Dan Slott run. Not because I felt the Dan Slott run was a bad run. I think I like it more than most. But I certainly was desperate for a new voice on Spider-Man following Dan Slott. I felt that he was on the character for way too long. As a general rule of thumb, I don't like these like mega long creative runs like Bendis on Avengers and Miles Morales or Chris Claremont on X-Men. If you really want to reach way back, I think that when you have one creator working on one character or one team of characters for too long, it creates stagnation. I like when the big two kind of rotate through different creators and lets people go in and out, put the toys back in the box, take them out of the box, etc. But for me specifically, when it comes to Spencer, like we were talking about with Alan, it's this decompressed storytelling where I'm just feeling I'm not feeling entertained. I feel like it's making me work too much as a reader to try and keep up. And like, it's not an affront to you, Dan, because I like having these conversations, and I like, even when we're not talking about it on the show, I like texting with you about it off the air. But I as I kind of insinuated with Alan, I do kind of hold my breath a bit when we have a new issue that comes out and there's like some kind of big reveal, especially as it relates to Kindred or anything really these days, because the way Nick Spencer tells the stories, I just know that, as evidenced by the last two issues that have come out, we get something and then it's, we still got to sit around and wait for another 6 months before the next chess piece moves forward. And, I know, Dan, you're going to want to talk about it. I know our listeners probably want us to talk about it. They want to hear us speculate, but I just feel like, especially so in the last 100 episodes or so, that my patience has started to wear thin with this kind of stuff, and I don't want to just keep endlessly speculating about stuff when I don't feel it's going somewhere. And I don't know if that's kind of ruining the vibe of the show or not. I don't know. What do you think, Dan?
I'm exhausted speculating too. I know it doesn't sound like it, but I think I'm able to put on a better face because I know that people want us to talk about it, right?
Right.
When at the end of the issue, Harry Osborn is in a prison cell, we got to talk about that.
Of course.
And there's no way to talk about it without going, well, what the heck does this mean? Instead of just leaving it there on the page. And it's hard, but you're right. It does get exhausting after a while. Maybe that's the good twists and turns of a mystery, but I do think the pacing of this run has really been the problem. But in regards to the crankiness of the show or the negative attitude of the show, I think about this a lot because when we started the show, we wanted to be the positive guys. That was our spin, we were going to be the guys that love Superior Spider-Man because we did. And we created our show to fill that what we felt was a void of people talking positively about the comic and being people that are boostering the creators. We want to create a positive fan space. But the more I think about it, I don't think we need to be those guys. And maybe we were never those guys. We were never the super optimistic guys, because I remember us giving stuff in the Superior run a bit of a ding as it trudged onward. But I think what we need to be, or what we are, is the honest guys. And I don't mean pulling back the curtain and revealing something for what it is. We're honest to how we feel about something. Right. And I think that's appropriate. We can be honest during even our favorite times on the book. There will be a time mark where we get a creative run on this book that we're just gaga about. And we might show up each week just like cheerleading, the book.
Right.
In regards to Spencer, I think I too was ready for a change. And I still think that Nick Spencer has great promise as a Spider-Man writer that for whatever reason he's not living up to. And I think you can lay a lot of those creative decisions at his feet, positive and negative, but it does seem to me that there's something bigger at play in the Spider office that's gone really wrong. Like, okay, there were great parts of the Dan Slott run, for sure. But there were changes that occurred that you can just see the decline on this title just kind of across the board. And I don't know if that means that like Amazing Spider-Man as a book is broken. But I do know that attempts to fix it need to be made. And whether you and I are enjoying the book or not, I think the narrative our show has changed week in and out to kind of diagnosing what's going on with the title. And I think that's been really valuable. And I think we've been a voice for people that aren't really grooving on this run for whatever reason. And hopefully we've been able to articulate, even if you're really loving this run, we've been able to articulate our thoughts on it coherently, which is what I hear from most people, For as popular as our show is, we don't get a lot of emails that are like, you guys are dumb, which is like what most of the internet is. So I think we're doing something right. But what's been really helpful, I think, is bringing in an outsider like Alan every now and then, because like checking in with him every now and again has allowed us to kind of have a more holistic discussion of the book in a helicopter view rather than the specifics of each issue. Like, I think our review of Amazing Spider-Man 60 was really great because it wasn't even necessarily a review of that issue more than it was like, what is going on with this title?
Right.
And so, we'll see how things go, but I do think there is something to us figuring out what we do when we're on a run that we don't love. Like, I think that's where the seasonal content came out of. It's like volume 3 of Amazing Spider-Man. You and I were both really glum and we needed something to freshen things up. And I think we've been able to be creative enough on this show to keep us from being truly glum about volume 5. And I don't think volume 5 is anywhere near as bad as volume 3. But, yeah, it is. I don't want to be the negative guys, but I think we're the honest guys. Can I rebrand us that way?
I'll take it. I like that.
Okay. I mean, do you have any response to that? Ultimately, do you think that you've become more cranky?
No, I don't. I I think that, like I said, I will admit that I have lost patience about it, but like I will own up to that. And like, I don't know, like I feel like in volume 3, to go back to what you were just saying before, I felt like I was far more feisty about things. I mean, like, go back, either listen to our episodes about Spider-Verse or like read some of my blog posts on Chasing Amazing about Spider-Verse, and I take a flaming dump on those comics. I mean, I really do. I mean, like, talk about negative. Like, I mean, I'm as about as I mean, I'm not like going to ad hominem and attacking the creators for it, but like I basically call out like, these are bad comics, and I do think that. I think they're bad comics, and I don't say that lightly. I don't think these are bad comics. I think these are sometimes poorly told comics or poorly paced comics, but I don't think these are like bad. But yeah, at the same token, like I feel that similar to your Norman Osborn mystery, I feel like as a fan, I'm being engaged in a game that I don't want to play. And, and I think that comes through in how I talk about the comics when we review them now. And, just like earlier, you said to me, you were thanking me for my honesty, and it's the same here. I'm just being honest. Like, if I'm not keen on the idea of playing along with something because I don't feel like the person who's trying to play the game is playing fairly or playing a game that I'm really interested in playing, then, you know, yeah, I'm gonna just be open and transparent about it. Like, hey, you know, I don't think these are bad, but I also think this game is dumb. And that's where I think we're at. So I mean, you know, maybe that comes across as crankiness, but like I think it's just more kind of, you know, like I said in that one review we did that seemed to kind of hit the mark for some people. It's like we've all gone through a lot the past year, like, you know, like, and these are supposed to be like escapes for us. And sometimes when you have to just keep working that hard as a reader to like stay engaged in something, it's not fun. And I just want to have fun. I want to be entertained, and I want, you know, like, I want the creative teams and the editorial teams to kind of do a little bit of the lifting on their own and not just keep throwing it at the readers all the time. So that's all.
That brings me to a question that's not in our notes, actually. I'm kind of curious, you know, and I don't think this is one we've really talked about on the show much, which is how has doing this show changed your relationship with reading these comics?
That's a good question. I mean, like, it's obviously changed it. I mean, like, you know, just the sheer fact that, like, you know, I pull tons of comics every week, and, you know, I make a point out of reading Amazing Spider-Man immediately when it comes in, not just because I want to know what happens, but because it's part of it's almost like my job now to be able to talk about it, you know what I mean? So, like, you know, even if I am, and I think we talked about this with Alan too, even if I'm not totally jazzed about the content at the time, like, I'm reading Amazing Spider-Man and digesting it the way I would as if it was like the best book in the universe to me, you know what I mean? Because, like, it's kind of just part and parcel with doing this show now. I don't want to make, I'm not trying to sound cocky about it, but, like, I feel like the way I tend to read comics in general, I try and read it with a critical eye. It's just part of how I like to look at things. So I don't know if that's any different. But I feel like, yeah, the show is kind of maintained engagement in the books in a way where maybe if I wasn't doing the show, I wouldn't still be engaged, I would say. I don't know if that's a true answer to your question, but that's kind of how I feel. Point out of reading.
Do you feel like this kind of critical eye is a natural outgrowth of, like, your development, like, as a growing person and an adult, that, like, you would have arrived here anyway? Or is it just kind of the, like you said, the active engagement with it? I mean, because I feel like Chasing Amazing blog was, you know, and the reason that you stood out to me to create this show with is, you know, you were doing that kind of thing, I feel like, on that page. Do you feel like this kind of thing would always find you, or the show has kind of pushed you further?
I think the show has pushed me further, and then I also feel like life has pushed me further. I mean, like, you know, like, we've talked about it earlier in this episode, and we talked about it at the 100th episode and the 200th episode. I mean, like, we are evolving and growing as people and as human beings, and as our experiences are changing, and as our experience changes, I think our perspectives change. And yeah, I mean, maybe some of my recent criticism from the past 100 episodes is reflecting a lot of my growth as a person. I mean, like, clearly, like, one of the words I keep coming back to is patience and, like, exhaustion. And I you know, without getting too much into the weeds here, I mean, I'll be the first to admit, like, life has gotten harder over the last 100 episodes. Not in a bad, I mean, not that it's bad, but, like, it's gotten harder. The pandemic made things harder. Work and job changes and living changes, and, you know, kids getting older and puppies being introduced and marriages evolving have made things harder. So when it comes to looking at, you know, still trying to maintain that critical eye with comics and with Spider-Man, I think that that maybe that lack of patience and bandwidth has been reflected in how my criticism is formed. Does that make sense?
Yeah, 100%. I think that's absolutely accurate. I mean, I can't say that my life. I mean, maybe my life has changed just
Your
as
life has
dramatically as
changed.
yours. I mean, I do feel like a different person. You know. You know, I went through serious bouts of like depression. You know, that I think the show has really kept me buoyed through, and that's been really wonderful. You know, but it isn't without a lot of sacrifice and hard work. You know, so on that note, and here I am avoiding opening up about myself, but I just don't. I think you said it all. You know, this is our 300th episode, which is hard to believe. You know. And yet it felt inevitable, and like we've been here for a long time. Like, what does that milestone mean to you, other than it matching up with one of your favorite Spider-Man comics?
I mean, it's a testament to, I think, our hard work. I think it's a testament to our passion. It's a testament to our friendship, Dan. I mean, like, you know, we've talked about this a lot, I think, both recently and privately. I mean, you know, like, you know, yeah, I love Spider-Man, but, you know, I keep coming back doing this because I like talking to you about it, and I like doing it like this. You know what I mean? Like, and I don't think I would have lasted in this venture as long as we did if I didn't like that, you know, like, you know, and I'm not trying to get too mushy here because I'm not a mushy guy, but, you know, the fact of the matter is, like, you know, we have formed a bond and a friendship that, you know, has gone above and beyond what I ever would have expected from something like this. You know, like you are truly one of my best friends, and you know, to make this milestone, you're right, it was kind of inevitable because, like, that bond has been forged. It's there. But at the same token, like, yeah, maybe with all the life changes that I just described, it would have been harder to maintain this with someone that I thought lesser of, but, you know, that's not the case here. So we keep going strong and we keep doing it.
Well, now you're going to make me cry, Mark.
Oh, and as you're drinking your Moscow Mule and everything.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the same is true here. Like, I love Spider-Man, but I love Mark Giannacchio more. You know, and that's what this is about. I mean, I bug you on texting all the time, but I think if we didn't have the show, we would still probably talk about this. But it's almost an excuse and to do this, and it's tough because, like, think about it, like, even if you love doing something, it's still hard to find time week in and week out to do it. You know, like, I love going to the movies, but there are some weeks where I just can't go to the movies. But every week there is time that I can sit down with Mark because I place my value in that above everything else. You know, like, it is something that is not hard to find time for or be flexible about because it is truly the highlight of my week. And it's the thing that, like, you know, not only just the friendship, but, like, mental health wise, like, having a consistent friend or, like, something uplifting, even if we don't like the books, we're always laughing with each other about it, to the annoyance of our audience, who I think we both have weird, unique laughs, but which is a number one comment that we seem to get. But yeah, so it's funny. Like, does 300 mean anything to me? 300 just means that my relationship with you is as healthy as I've always thought it was, and it felt inevitable that we would get here. And 400 seems right around the corner. As much of a damning that proclamation might be. So do we have any advice to give other podcasters? Like, heaven forbid they get to 300 episodes, but, like, what have we learned doing this that, like, makes our show continue, whether or not it's good? I mean, let's just take for granted that some people think this show is good. enough for us to keep doing this.
God forbid.
Heaven forbid. What advice do we have to give to other podcasters if they dared listen this long on this show?
I would say, and this is not like, I don't think this is uniquely insightful advice, but I would say, certainly to stay authentic and to stay true to who you are. But I mean, like, it sounds really silly and trite, but like, especially if you're doing a show with another person, I would make sure that you really like that other person that you're doing a show with. Because, like, if you want to be in it for the long haul, and yeah, like, things change and people evolve, and, you don't always have the same relationship that when you started something like this. But, like, like, I don't know. I feel like it's kind of like, like a marriage, Dan. I hate to say it, but, like, you don't always like each other, but you love each other always. You know what I mean? and I feel like, when you do something like a podcast, like, that attitude needs to be there, not just with your co-host, but even with the content or whatever you're doing. Like, like, you don't always have to like it, but you got to love it, like, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's really good advice. And to add on to that, I would say, like, find your identity, and take it seriously, because you're producing a show. It might just seem like you and your buddies hanging out, but if that's going to be the identity of the show, like, make it the best version of you and your buddy hanging out. Mark and I constantly have conversations about like, what form our show is taking, what's the best way to present this, and all that stuff. And then I think even more than this, and I might not always be guilty of doing this. It's listen. Be willing to listen. Don't do a show if you don't want to listen to other people that are on the show talk, because like I look forward to each week because I get to listen to Mark talk about Spider-Man issues, because, like, that's how I started with Mark, is reading his blog. And I love Mark's voice. Like, no one makes the insights that Mark does. And that's what I like about it. I like listening to Mark. And I know if I like listening to Mark, there's going to be someone else that likes listening to Mark. And that just that goes beyond just Mark and me. It goes to our guests too. So often I see people bring guests onto shows, and they're bringing guests onto shows as a way to kind of like pad their resume of sorts. Like, when Mark and I bring a guest on the show, it's only because we want to listen to them. And some of them really like to talk. So you better be really prepared to listen to them.
It's like, you might even want to, like, time a vaccine before one of them who likes to talk. Oh, I'm just kidding, Ron. We love you, Ron. Or I love you, Ron. But, like, I definitely knew, like, as I felt the brain fog set in that day, I was like, there's no way I could listen to Ron Friends for 2 hours. I'm sorry. I will not be doing him justice in my current state.
Yeah. So I don't know, Mark, does that advice ring true to you?
It does, 100%. And yeah, like, and I agree with you. It's like you want to have something to say on a podcast, but especially if, like, you either have a co-host or you're bringing guests on, you need to be willing to hand the microphone over and to hear other perspectives, and to not always challenge those other perspectives too. I think that's another thing. Like, there are some people that feel like, even if they have other people on, that they got to dig in and get their point across. And it's like, like, yeah, like, I appreciate that you say that there are people who want to hear what I have to say, and I know there are people who want to hear what you have to say, but I think at the end of the day, they just want to hear our conversation, and they want to, like, relate to our conversation. And I think that's, like, as a host, you kind of have to accept that it's not just about your opinion, it's just about the kind of environment and dialogue and space that you create with your content.
It's funny because, like, coming from a background of, like, film criticism, I used to be very interested in, like, convincing people of my opinion, like you need to like this movie, or I would get into arguments with people about, like, movies and stuff. And, like, my film criticism output is way less now because I kind of don't really care what other people think, like, about my opinion or their own opinion. Like, I love listening to other people's opinions, but I don't feel this burden of convincing people, like, I like the conversation. So when people write to us and they're like, you're dead wrong, Dan and Mark, I'm like, okay, cool. Like,
Yep.
I'm glad you feel that way. Like, I'm not here to prove that I'm right versus you. This
Right.
is just how I feel about something.
Yeah, I'm just like, you're wrong, but I don't care. No.
Mark is a little more combative than me.
Nah. I'm not as combative. I mean, I get combative about other random things, but not generally about like my opinion about a comic book anymore. So.
Yeah. So I guess the last question, and this is the thing I want to return to whenever we do these centennial episodes, God willing that we make it to another one of these. We always ask creators about what it means to them personally to have worked on Spider-Man stories. And I won't claim to be anywhere near like the level of creative input or whatever than those people have on this character. But I'm curious, like, to hear from us, and I'll answer this question too. Like, what does it mean to you, Mark, at this present moment to be doing this show? Like, what meaning does the show bring to you now?
I mean, it's a couple of things. I mean, kind of to repeat one of my earlier answers. I mean, like, what it means to me is, it's an affirmation of my friendship. But, like, in terms of what it means to me, like, in a broader, bigger, like, what does it mean for the world of Spider-Man? I mean, like, again, like, it is kind of absurd on its face to think about the fact that we're just two guys talking about comics every week or every other week, however the schedule works out. And that there are enough people to necessitate us to keep going after 300 episodes that want to hear us talk about that. And, like, and this is not just like an ego boost, but like I feel a real sense of satisfaction when we do a review or whatever, and like I'll see a message on Twitter or Instagram or whatever the next day where it's just someone reacting to what we talked about, positive or negative, because it demonstrates that people are listening. So like to me, it's like, what does this all mean? It means that we get to just contribute to the dialogue about this great character who I would love regardless of the fact that I had a podcast that talked about it, and that people take it, I don't want to say seriously enough, but like sincerely enough to engage with it and want to tune in. And like to me, like that's just like, I don't have to make a penny off of that, and I don't. It just means the world to me that I can be a part of this conversation, and it's not as absurd or as silly as it kind of looks like on the surface to be a part of that. How about you?
Yeah, I mean, that all speaks very true for me as well. And I want to reiterate that we are really just two random guys. We have happened to form this partnership and create this thing, which I consider kind of the like peak creative force in my life. Like, and I live to create like that. And so this is my magnum opus, if you will. Like it is, and it's not even about Spider-Man. It's like just the conversations and the places this show has taken me into, delving into culture and friendship and what does it mean to fulfill a project, and that is really important to me as a creative person. Enough that I think I've devoted an outsized amount of time to the production of this show. I couldn't tell you how many hours I spend on technical support for our website. Oh my God, what a nightmare. Never create a website. Anybody. Just don't. Never do it. But to me, the meaning it brings me right now is kind of that. The friendship and my relationship with you and how that continues to blossom outwards into new people that I'm meeting and becoming friends with and connecting with, as silly about something as silly as Spider-Man. Although Spider-Man's not silly. I think we've proven there's great meaning maybe to be found in the adventures of this, character that dresses in red and blue for no explicable reason. But for me, like, I think it bleeds into the show a little bit, that like I clearly am someone that is trying to pull off a career change of some sort, to move closer towards what I think I'm born to do, which is to create content in some way. And that's not to diminish my current employment in any way. I love my job, and I love the role that I play in my job, inspiring kids and working with kids to create things. But you know, and I said earlier, I really wrestled with depression in my life, but this show has been the outlet that is regular for me and keeps me going, and gives me a sort of like kind of purpose. I know it seems silly to find so much purpose in it, but I do, you know. And look, I don't think this is my ultimate calling on this earth, but or as Mark might say, like, you know, if that's your ultimate calling, then something has gone really wrong.
Gone terribly wrong.
Yeah. But it does feel that way. Like it does feel like, you know, there's real value in what we're doing, and I treat it as such. And I don't know. My wife likes to poke at me because she thinks I do a lot of this just for the attention, you know. But like I don't think so. Like, I mean, we don't receive enough feedback for that to be true. You know, I could get more attention going on TikTok or something if I really wanted to. But this is a special project for me, and provides me some level of meaning in my life. So I think that's a bad answer to the question, which is like, what does it mean to you? And my answer is, it provides me meaning. But it does in some way. Like I feel like I'm not like an expert on it, but I feel like I'm a contributing voice in a greater cultural conversation. I don't claim to have any impact on the book, although I think there are instances where you and I could probably draw a direct line between our show and Spider-Man in some way. But and I'm not seeking that, you know. But it is neat to like maybe think that there is some way we're engaging with the greater sphere of culture. That was a really tortured answer, but it is what it is from me.
Excellent. All right, Dan, I hate to say it, but do we want to transition out here?
I think we should, because if you're listening to this now, you've lasted maybe 3 hours. I don't ultimately know how long this show is gone. I hope you enjoyed or got something out of this episode 300, which is different than things we've done in the past, but it is time for us to go home and stop patting ourselves on the back, because honestly, we're in a lot of pain right now.
Absolutely. So, of course, as Dan alluded to, it is that time for all good things to come to an end. So we want to say thank you to you, the listeners and viewers who tuned in to this 300th episode of The Amazing Spider Talk.
Yeah, and as always, this episode was edited by our amazing Rick Coast, the savior of the show, with production support from my buddy Andy Myers. Our artwork comes handcrafted by our good friends Ron Friends, Sal Buscema, Ray Sumter, and Nick Cagnetti. Our theme song was produced by the composer extraordinaire Ryland Bojack and Spider Madge. Plus, our introduction animation and musical stinger comes from one of my favorite YouTubers, Josh Sutton, from the YouTube show Panels to Pixels.
Dan, this was a lot of fun, but what do we got coming up on our next episode?
Well, Mark, the trek to 400 episodes begins next week with a bunch of review episodes and more of Season 5 of the Amazing Spider Talk podcast. We know it's been a bit of a break to bring you episode 300. We apologize. It's been like almost a month off, which is unusual for us, but we were not going to get the numbers incorrect here, even though that's fairly common in comics. But we're going to be jumping right back on track with a few lingering reviews that we need to publish of our recent Amazing Spider-Man issues. And then that's going to be followed by the next episode of season 5 entitled Other People's Enemies, which is our seasonal check-in on who Spidey's fighting during each period of books we're talking about. And if you know anything about the Stern run, as we've illuminated, it's Spidey fighting other people's foes. So
other people's bad guys.
That's it. Other people's bad guys. So that's coming up next. It's one of our favorite episodes to do each season. So expect some goofy banter about, I don't know, the Mad Thinker. I don't even know who we're going to... Stiltman? That's who we're going to be talking about.
Juggernaut.
Yeah, there you go. Juggernaut. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Additionally, if you are tuning in live, don't forget, as soon as this show ends, the conversation is going to continue with our audience on YouTube. And if you missed out on Amazing Spider Talk Live this time, we'll be back soon on YouTube. So go there and subscribe and click on the bell to stay on top of all the new live recordings that we'll be doing in the future. But as always, this will remain a podcast first and foremost. That will always remain consistent, just like how we end our show, and that is with our motto. So, Mark, until you begin wearing an alien costume and strike out for revenge on me due to your combined hatred of the annuals, what's our motto?
Brains, my other. We always says, with great podcasts, there must also come with us the amazing Spider Talk.